beans, load cows in trucks, and then do their business. And that economy, the economy aspect of this war is also affecting the prosecution of this war. As I said, there is no reason for a Nigeria as big as we are, the giant of Africa, with our military strength that have transcended decades of exploit, not just in Nigeria but across African countries, to allow themselves for ragtag army to come and push them into forcing them to close our federal road is unacceptable. And that is just not relaxing because they have pushed back the terrorism, but it's about they are not just ready to end this war on terror. That's one. Another point I would like to say is, why are we still giving excuses instead of building on the successes that have been achieved over the years? Why are we still providing excuses? So anybody that can give excuse as to why terrorism is still escalating in a particular area, that person should be moved to another place. Maybe let him or her go and stay in an office, and then bring somebody that is ready to work, somebody that can understand this terrain, somebody that is ready to share intelligence and to act based on the report that are available in the community. Because most of these attacks happen not because there were no prior reports or prior intelligence on them. Most of them happen even after reports are made, and even after the attack starts, the response mechanism are always very slow, because attack starts like 7 a.m. in the morning, and then by 12 somebody is coming to the scene of the incident. I think that is not right. And again, what happened to pursuing, overtaking, and then eliminating the terrorists? Most of them will come and attack in a broad daylight. We have the Air Force ready. If passenger flight can fly from Saudi Arabia to Nigeria in 4 hours, and then we have military base in Adamawa, we have the Air Force base in Maiduguri, that within 15 minutes they can reach anywhere in Borno State. And then you see attacks starting 1, 2, 3, 4 hours after, and you don't see anything on the skies to even respond to attacks. So what excuse can one provide for our Air Force in prosecuting this kind of inside fights?
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. We've actually run out of time, but let me come to you, Salahuddin, and very quickly, because we're out of time, maybe in just a minute or so. How do you think we can end this insurgency completely?
One, I think we need to raise the financial intelligence capability to also look at how to cut logistic support. Two, we need to reactivate the multinational joint task force to be able to help us to coordinate responses across the Lake Chad region, because that is very fundamental. Three, strategic communication needs to be stronger, and we need to create some level of additional energy into it. Four is that the entire logistics, intelligence, and of course coordination amongst agencies need to be also redoubled at this point. Perhaps again, we need to redeploy additional platforms to the region. And finally, is that we need to invest more in non-kinetic efforts to reduce recruitment. Those are, for me, some of the solutions that we have.
And Mr. Manasseh, how do you think we can end this insurgency completely from your own experience?
Maybe we begin to go back and ask the lower ranking officers in our security agencies to tell us what they need to do to end this, and then forget about these big guys that are busy doing their business, and then give people that are ready to end this war to end it.
All right, I think we'll just have to leave it there. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming on the program. Salahuddin Hashim, who is, of course, the program editor of Clean Foundation. Thank you very much for your time. And Alan Manasseh, Executive Director, Impact Trust International, an organization, of course, that provides support advocacy against insurgency. Thanks a lot for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate your time. Well, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When
you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, in a dramatic turn of events, the Lagos State House of Assembly has removed its long-serving Speaker, Mudashiru Obasa, marking the end of his almost decade-long leadership of the state's legislative chamber over alleged misappropriation of funds and lack of transparency in the management of the assembly. Now, the House voted to impeach Obasa in absentia, subsequently electing Deputy Speaker representing Apapa 1 constituency, Mojisola Lasbat Miranda, as the first female speaker in the history of the Lagos State House of Assembly. Obasa has actually been embroiled in a series of controversies concerning his handling of the assembly and the finances of the state legislature, including his authorization of 43.5 billion naira for lawmakers' backup vehicles and other controversial expenditure. It's also an open secret that he had also been at loggerheads with the state governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu over issues of political control after he rejected 17 of the governor's 39 commissioner nominees that would be not quite long ago. Now, last year, I should say. Now, the situation necessitated an intervention from the Governor's Advisory Council to resolve it. Although Obasa had publicly denied any writ, he allegedly displayed open disrespect for the governor during the 2025 budget presentation in the state just a few weeks ago, I should say, where he also seized the opportunity to hint at his own political plans, including a possible shot at the governorship in 2027. Now, just for the records, here is what the former speaker said about his political ambition during that budget presentation. Take a listen.
To the blackmailers who have to embark on the mission to distort and redefine our mission, let me state it unequivocally here. Our intention is to promote our party on the platform of mandate. Also, becoming governor is secondary. It is something that I have not given a serious consideration. Nevertheless, that does not mean I am too young or lack experience to run, whereas those who have been before me are not better. In addition, it is also important to correct the impression from naysayers who have been insinuating that I made payment to seek for blood relation just to validate my candidacy to run as governor. Of course, I have never denied the fact that I am Obasa, but rather I have never claimed to be related to Odipoyi, Oniru, or any popular Lagos family, as the case may be. I can indeed never run from the fact that I am related to my Obasa family in Odo, but I do not need local validity to contest or run. If I officially I am contesting, I will do so from ambiguity.
Well, now that speech might be the final straw that broke the camel's back for Obasa, because, I mean, for a budget presentation and the speaker going on to make that kind of speech, well, what can I say? Anyway, Lagos State now has a new speaker, and for Obasa, his political future remains uncertain. Let's try to unpack all of this now with political affairs analyst Taiwo Olopade, who joins us here in the studio. Taiwo, thank you very much for coming on the show. Let's start with that speech by the former speaker now. First off, something happened that day during the budget presentation. You could see that Obasa wore dark glasses and got the entire members of the House to wear dark glasses on that day. What message were they trying to send?
Well, thank you very much. Number one, the former speaker now, Mudashiru Obasa, for me, overrated himself politically. And one of the political leaders in the APC in Lagos State, Mr. Fuad,
Oki also described Obasa that it was becoming larger than life. And for that reason,
he was a powerful speaker.
Of course, no doubt about that. Because if for him to have served close to 10 years, he was elected on 3 occasions as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. And you and I know that if you're in the position of a Speaker in Lagos State, it's as if you are a governor of some other states. That's the way it is categorically. And by being number 3, in Lagos State shows that you are also very relevant in the scheme of things, politically and otherwise in the state. However, coming back to your question, for the speaker, number 1, or former speaker, I keep repeating speaker, for him to have, well, should I say encouraged?
Because you could get a sense that they were spoiling for a fight on that
exactly.
budget presentation.
Even by the tonation of his speech. He was reacting after the governor presented his speech, the budget 2025 to the State House of Assembly for consideration and passage. Of course, the normal routine is for the speaker to also react and commend the governor, say they will do due diligence,
talk about budget.
That should have been what we were expecting him to talk about, rather than now deviating, talking about his political ambition, 2027. No one says he doesn't have the right to contest. Of course, by virtue of being a 6-timer in the House of Assembly, he has been there since 2003. And he happens to be the longest serving as we speak right now in the House of Assembly, even the most experienced. Nobody is taking that away from him. But for him to have made that statement is a wrong place to make such a statement.
And then sounding, I mean, in the course of that speech, he also said something like, the House cannot be intimidated. He was actually belligerent, as if, you know, that there was clearly a problem between him and the executive, especially the governor.
Well, clearly, he really went offline. Because ordinarily, we are talking about budget presentation, 2025 budget. The reaction should have focused more or centered around the topic of the discourse. Why were you deviating? That you should have, you know, find another opportunity, another forum, or, you know, to speak about your ambition. And for him to have also said at that budget presentation in his reaction that he doesn't think that we have had a governor better than him in Lagos State. Who was he referring to? Referring to our current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, referring to former governor of the state, SAN, Baba Jide Raji Fashola, or Babatunde Raji Fashola, or even talking about Governor Akinwumi Ambode. That was unnecessary. That was totally unnecessary. Already, you have created a problem for yourself by making the governor to sit for almost about 4 hours. And I'm still waiting for the former speaker to deny this, because this was even before the impeachment saga. People have been talking about it that is unusual and is uncalled for, and is even something very new to our environment in Lagos State, because we have what we have ever seen in the past is the Speaker or the House of Assembly working in tandem with the governor of the state or with the executive arm of government, and that's where we can see growth and development in whether Lagos State or any state, as the case may be. But in a case when you knew quite all right that there will be a visitor to the House of Assembly on that fateful day, what we normally see, the normal experience should have been, you, after coming into the chamber for the plenary, after about 5-10 minutes, you announce that we have to suspend. Okay, a member of the House will rise and say, at this point, I want to suggest that we should suspend plenary.
Rather, the proceedings of the House just went on,
visitor,
even when the governor came in.
He just went on, and even made the governor to start, and even along with the GSC members, that while the visitors to the House of Assembly on that fateful day, that was uncalled for. Why did he do that? That's unnecessary.
But do you think his removal can only be tied to what happened in the House during the budget presentation? Or could there be other issues as well? Because we understand that, look, when the president came back during the Christmas holidays, that members of the GAC went to the president to report the speaker, report his attitude and all of that. Don't forget, we had this issue of commissioner nominees. We had the issue of the suspension of local government chairmen. We, a local government chairman now. We had that issue of
even
not being able
LASEC
to set up LASEC. Exactly. So could you speak to those?
Well, excuse me, even before the president came in for the Yuletide celebration in December, the GAC members, the Governor's Advisory Council, on two occasions, they summoned a meeting to find an amicable resolution to this crisis. Unfortunately, the former speaker was not yielding, was not shifting ground. And surprisingly, the matter was reported, just like you said, to Mr. President, because the president, as the father of the nation, he cannot also watch, to allow his legacies in Lagos State to be ridiculed or to be affected negatively. The president came in for a Christmas and New Year celebration, and he also summoned another meeting of the GAC in which the former speaker was also present. The story we heard was that the former speaker was recalcitrant, and I'm still waiting again for him to deny this, whether allegation or the comments that he also misbehaved even before the Mr. President. So at that point, what exactly will he hold on to? He had opportunity twice with the GAC members, and again another golden opportunity with Mr. President to reconcile them and ensure that they work pari passu, they work together for the betterment of over 20 million residents of this state. But sadly, the comment that we heard from that meeting was that the former speaker was not ready to shift ground, was still, not behaving as a leader, even when we had Mr. President.
What do you think is his political future now?
Well, for politicians,
there's no doubt that he wants to contest for 2027. Do you see that happening now again?
Well, it will be a magic for him to realize that ambition. I want to say his impeachment has really cut short that ambition of either contesting, not to talk of winning the ticket of the All Progressive Congress come 2027, because I'm not sure how somebody who has been impeached at that level of political hierarchy will come back, will stage a comeback and win the party's ticket. It will be another wonder of another century. And again, what should we even be talking about is, when is he going to return from his vacation in Atlanta in the US? And is he coming back to also report back to the House of Assembly?
But that's
is he coming back to also want to go to the court to challenge his impeachment? Because I've also listened to some conversation that how come that he was impeached without his presence, without his being around in the State House of Assembly, that that impeachment is null and void. I've listened to some lawyers, I've listened to some political analysts saying that Obasasi has the right because it was not given.
So do you think he might go to court to challenge this?
Well, that is not that's not impossible, because some people were saying that the man was not given a fair hearing. That how can you barb somebody's head behind his back? Like they say in Yoruba land, you can't you can't shave somebody's hair in his absence. So some people are saying that, but it depends on what the law says as regards impeachment, particularly.
And whether he would want to exercise that right to go to court.
Well, that's until he returns to the country. But for me, I predict that I don't see the former speaker, Mudashiru Obasa, number one, returning back to the Lagos State House of Assembly to take a back seat. I recall that when we returned to democratic rule in 1999, we had Olorunbe Mamora as the first speaker, 1999 to 2003. Then Jokotola Pelumi, succeeded him. Jokotola Pelumi was only speaker for almost about 2 years, between 2003 to 2005. Joko Kotala Balumi, when he was impeached in December, I remember, in 2005, Right Honorable Adeyemi Ikuforiji was elected both from Ekpe Constituency 1 and Ekpe Constituency 2. But Joko Kotala Balumi still, he was able to overcome the, I don't want to say shame this time around. He completed his tenure. But I don't see in this circumstance of Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, I don't
so you don't see him resuming in the House as an ordinary member?
I don't see him coming back, resuming as ordinary floor member and take a back seat in this same Lagos State House of Assembly.
Well, we'll just wait and see. Thank you very much, Taiwo Olopade, for coming on the program and for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for having me.
We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Let's continue the conversation on the impeachment of Mudashiru Obasa as the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, and now being joined in the studio by political affairs analyst Nelson Ekujumi. Nelson, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with the action of the lawmakers that they led by the then Speaker Mudashiru Obasa. One thing we saw was that all of them wore dark glasses. What message do you think they were actually sending? They wore dark glasses to that budget presentation. What message were they sending? Were they like spoiling for a fight or something? The Speaker, you could see him wearing dark glasses. Every member of the House wore the same, almost all of them wore the same glasses.
Well, in some culture, I don't know whether it's part of our culture in wearing dark glasses, but what that portends is that it portends doom. It portends people who are mourning. And you and I know that a budget presentation is about is about giving birth to a life. And what that calls for is one of celebration that we are going to celebrate the coming into being.
Could that also be a suggestion that, as the Speaker said in his speech, that they were going to scrutinize the budget thoroughly and that they would not be intimidated in doing their work and all of that? Because the Speaker that day in his speech actually sounded a bit belligerent.
Well, the Speaker, from his comments that day, he showed that the Speaker was not in sync with the tradition of budget presentation, because the role of the legislature when the budget is presented is to scrutinize the budget and ensure that the interest of the people, is actualized through the budget. So the Speaker coming up to say they are going to scrutinize the budget thoroughly, that they cannot be intimidated. You want to ask, how does presentation of a budget, which is the statutory responsibility of the executive to the legislature, how does it amount to intimidation? So it tells you clearly that the Speaker had
other issues
in mind other than that budget presentation, and it was a low point for the Speakership of Lagos State House of Assembly on that day. As a Lagosian, I was very, very disappointed and embarrassed, because it had never happened in the history of budget presentation in this state. The budget presentation, if you look at from time immemorial, it was more like a carnival. It was more about a fun fair. It was more about people coming to celebrate that the governor is presenting a budget that has to do with our lives, to make our lives better for the next 1 year, and not one that has to do with bearing our lives for the next 1 year.
Do you think that speech by the Speaker eventually nailed him?
I think it was I think it was about the last straw that broke the camel's back, because the speaker had immersed himself in too many issues that were needless, and he had attracted a lot of enemies both within and outside the primary constituency, which is the House of Assembly. Because if you listen to some of the legislators after the impeachment, you know, they complained of his high-handedness, and the comment of the speaker that day showed truly that the speaker had other motives, and I think that was what hyped even the party leadership, because his impeachment couldn't have sailed through without the consent of the party leadership and members. You can see that his impeachment is akin to what happened to former Governor Akim Ambode, who was denied a second-term ticket in 2019. You could see that all over the state, the party rejected him. And the same thing is the fate of...
But do you think this was an action taken by the members of the House, or you know, a decision taken somewhere and the members were told to just go ahead and do it? Because before that day, the members never gave the impression that they had a problem with the speaker.
But you and I know that impeachment is a part of the legislative instrument in any democracy. And the Lagos State House of Assembly is not the first to impeach a speaker in this democracy. So the fact remains that the removal of a speaker in the House of Assembly will not be solely based on factors within the House alone. Party members or party leadership must have also been part of the process to say, come on, this is what we are going to do as a party. And that is why till now, you can see that nobody in the party has come out to say, we are not part of this. That tells you clearly that they were all on the same page, that the time to go for Mudashiru Obasa has come. And so they did the needful.
You look at this, the former speaker's speech, Obasa's speech now, what he said about his governorship ambition, seizing the opportunity of the budget presentation now to speak on that. Do you think that was ill-advised?
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether it was ill-advised or one of arrogance, because that ceremony was solely... I think we need to go into history. It has never happened in the history of Lagos State House of Assembly, when there's a presentation of the appropriation bill by the governor, for a speaker to be discussing or to make his ambition or how he feels to be the topic of the day, other than the business why they are all gathered there. The major business of the day on that day was the budget presentation, and not about the gubernatorial ambition of the speaker. But the fact remains that nobody has a right to deny the speaker a right to even aspire. But that was a wrong venue to have ventilated that anger. If the speaker had any gubernatorial ambition, there were other fora for him to have, expressed that. After all, I'm sure his party holds meetings regularly. And even with his position as a speaker, he could call a press conference and say, look, Lagosians, I'm interested in running in 2027. Nobody was going to stop him so long as he's qualified, except perhaps if the party within its primaries decide not to give him the ticket. But the intention to aspire, nobody can deny him that. So the speaker using that venue, using that occasion to propagate his gubernatorial ambition was totally misplaced.
Now that he's been impeached, what next do you think for his political ambition?
Well, for now, I think his political ambition is dead and buried. But depending on how he plays cards, it is not out of place that some years later he could reenact or he could resurrect
not
that career.
2027?
No, absolutely not 2027. And with the way he has conducted himself in the last two quarter or 1 year of his speakership of the House, I don't think members of the party will be comfortable in trusting him with any leadership position any longer, because throughout his speakership he behaved more like an emperor, and in democracy there's no room for emperorship. Democracy is about a servant leader, and like we say in politics, it is about Benwewa, not Benwe song, meaning bring your mouth here, join us, and not go away. So the speaker has been accused of so many things even before now, and his impeachment, I must confess to you, didn't come as a surprise. when it will happen was what everybody was waiting for.
But some have said that impeachment was not proper and that, it was carried out in his absence. He wasn't given the opportunity to defend himself and that he could choose to go to court. Do you see that happening, going to court?
Well, if he believes his right has been infringed upon, I will encourage him to go to court because
you don't think there might be repercussions for that?
Well, if he's going to court, he should be prepared for the reactions. He's not a small boy. He's an adult. So every action generates a reaction. So if he decides to pursue his right further, whatever comes out of it, he should also be ready to bear it. So the ball is in his court if he feels he was not informed. Because when people come out to discuss the process of his impeachment, the question we should ask is that those discussing it don't have the local stand, because we don't know what transpired. Maybe there was a sitting in the house and these allegations were leveled against him, and because he has been accused of arrogance, he decided to snub the invitation that nothing could happen, and lo and behold, something happened. So if there's anybody who has a local standing in this matter, I think it is the Right Honorable Mudachiro Basa rather than anybody else, and I'm told that he's a lawyer. So I'm sure even if he's not prosecuting, he has friends who are in the legal profession who can even advise him to go to court and seek redress for an infringement on his rights by his impeachment in his so-called absence. So it's within his right to pursue that angle.
But do you think, politically speaking now, there could be repercussions if he chose to toe that path?
Absolutely. In a democracy, once in a nascent democracy, let me put it that way, once a party has taken a line of action, as a loyal party member, is either you seek a soft landing within the party so that you can be back in the good books of the party members and party leadership. If you decide, to go full out war with the party, then whatever comes out of it, be ready to bear it. So I can't speak for him, but if he decides to go to court, it's within his right. But whatever happens, judicially out of it and party-wise, he must also be ready to bear it with his full chest.
Nelson Kojime, thank you very much for your contributions. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's on that note we end the program this week. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye-bye.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy
leave the oil and gas on the ground and abandon the community. That is not a better option. Collectively, we belong in this country. We are all responsible. As much as possible, we cannot in any way rewrite the history, but we can correct some anomalies going forward. Let us put the grievances of the past aside. It cannot heal the wounds. If we continue to be angry, the oil exploiters have moved on. But I know what to do in the memory of our beloved ones, so that their sacrifices will not be in vain. You and I must work together to achieve this.
The presence of this delegation is a testament to the Ogoni people's readiness to engage constructively in the pursuit of peace, justice, and a sustainable development. Their willingness to participate in this dialogue reflects a shared hope for meaningful progress and enduring solutions. And also, Mr. President, believing in your person and also as their president.
Mr. President, the love we have for you, the respect we have for you, is just for you to say, you're behind that meeting, we should go back and continue the consultation with a timeline so that this issue of oil, resumption of oil operation in Ogoni land will commence. So let me thank Mr. President for bringing us here, and we will be very patient to listen to you and to adhere to your instruction. I can assure you that we'll give you all the necessary support to make you succeed in this assignment that other government has failed to achieve.
And the Nigerian Labour Congress has described as absurd the 8 billion naira allocated in the 2025 federal budget to sensitize Nigerians on the need to pay electricity bills. This was reviewed in a statement signed by the President of the Union, Joe Ajaero, on Tuesday. The Federal Ministry of Power had proposed a budget of 8 billion naira for 2025 to educate Nigerians on the importance of timely payment of electricity bills. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, during his budget defense at the National Assembly, reviewed the initiative, which he said aims to address the challenges of power theft, poor payment habits, and the protection of national power assets. Reacting, Ajaero said the ministry demand was absurd, urging those in the Power Ministry and the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission to reinvigorate the sector and save it from total collapse. Meanwhile, the Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, has attributed the recent 50% increase in telecommunications tariff to global inflation and rising operational costs. Speaking to journalists moments after defending his ministry budget for 2025 on Tuesday, the minister mentioned the decision aligns with broader economic trends. According to the Tariff Act, as a sales tax, causing a one-off price increase rather than sustained inflation.
Part of the development, I think the hike is also based on inflation globally. This is a sector that has not increased price for a long time. In fact, what government has been doing is managing the situation. The companies have been crying out for a long time that they're struggling. The cost of diesel, you can imagine how much they bought diesel last year and how much it's going for this year. And this is not a problem that is unique to Nigeria. But what we've done with them is saying that telecommunication services are now extremely important to our people. So it's not something you can just increase price haphazardly. But also, how do we support them to ensure that these companies continue to stay sustainable? This is a sector that employs about 15,000 people directly, the employees of these MNOs. But also indirectly, I think there's about 500,000 people working in the sector, whether those that are selling recharge cards or any of those services. We have to make sure that the sector continues to stay sustainable. But at the same time, we don't want to inflict pain on Nigerians. So they were claiming for 100% increase in tariff. I think, as you can see from what NCC released yesterday, we had a lot of back and forth. They've been talking about since even before we were appointed. The first time I met them almost 16, 17 months ago, it was the same thing they were talking about. But now I think we've settled at about 50% to ensure that they can find ways to stay sustainable, but also the price hike is not significant to the point where it becomes painful for our people.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian government's recent announcement of a 50% hike in telecoms tariff has sparked concern among millions of citizens who rely on affordable mobile services for communication, business, and everyday life. While many acknowledge the rising cost of operations faced by telecom companies, they argue that the value of calls and data services has long been a cause for concern. Residents in Lagos said the cost of telecom services do not correspond with the validity period advertised by telecom operators. While the Nigerian government says the hike is necessary for industry sustainability, Lagos residents say measures to cushion its impact on citizens are necessary.
I'm a victim of the situation on ground, and I'm really affected by the consequences of what is really happening in the country currently, which I am being reducted of the amount of data I use, because as at a year back, I spent about 10,000 naira on data, including my laptop, including my mobile phones. But at the moment right now, I spend about 1,000%. Like it's even higher than what I'm even expecting, because even making calls is so expensive, and data usage right now on my mobile phone gets exhausted easily. Like it's so very uncomfortable.
From beginning, they are not fair with us, because they bring many things. When you get to your phone, you say you want to subscribe for a data. They will give you many options. They say this one is for per week, this one is a day, this one is this. And at times you do the one of per week. By day you see everything exhausted. So I see it as a cheating. So at times when you want to subscribe for data, you now be thinking, is this one's going to be enough for you? So at times where we normally spend maybe 2,000, we see now maybe 10,000, 15,000, because many of us cannot do without having data in our phone. Because some people want to speak with us, they don't want to call. They prefer chatting, or they call on WhatsApp. So we can't do with it. That's why they are taking advantage of us, because of they know we can't do with it, many of us.
With the way things are in the world now, with everybody, you can't do things without data. And there's no way you can manage your data as a business person, because you don't know when a business call will come in, or anything that has to do with internet will come in. So there's no way you can manage it. It's just for you to adjust yourself on other area so that you can accommodate that change.
To other stories now, Oxfam in Nigeria and its partners, Connected Development and Inca Consult, have revealed that Nigeria receives only 4% of the $17.7 billion it requires annually to address worsening climate-related disasters. The Chief Executive Officer of Connected Development, Amzat Lawal, and the Project Manager for Oxfam in Nigeria, Henry Uche, disclosed this in Abuja during the presentation of the State of Climate Finance in Nigeria report, and also underscored the alarming growth of wealth inequality. The Oxfam report also highlights the alarming surge in inequality in Nigeria, revealing that while the wealth of the richest continues to grow exponentially, millions of citizens remain trapped in poverty.
When we look at the inequality, sadly, only 1% controls the entire wealth of West Africa in Nigeria. Today, poor people do not access services around healthcare, education, or even social infrastructure. So our report is saying, and as we debate this new tax regime, how can government start putting in taxing on inheritance that have been passed through generations? How can we also ensure justice because of how the colonial masters have impacted us before our independence, and also ensure that we seek redress? So this report is highlighting some of those gaps, what we need to do as government, and how can civil society work with government to build in framework to ensure transparency and accountability, building confidence, and ensuring that Nigerians enjoy the dividends of democracy.
That report intends to reverse the trend in terms of African countries and the global south, focus more on those resources and services that actually, benefit their own local economies against just servicing the global north, in terms of servicing the industries in the north, and as well trying to just get FX or forex, foreign direct exchange. And so this report actually looks at,
Hello? Yeah, I found your wallet in front of a supermarket. Meet me at Apple Junction. Yes, I'll be waiting for you.
Now we find out. Two of us.
Thank you very much, officer.
You know, it's surprising that men like you still exist in the police force.
Yes, oh, yes.
This is just a token of my appreciation.
Oh, no, you don't need to do this. We are only doing our job.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
You're welcome.
Now I know police is really my friend.
Yes.
Friend. Hey. Okay, which came up with this one? I don't understand.
You know your problem. You are greedy. I'm a policeman who is doing his job. All forms of corruption in the force, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more update, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
And in the world of business, Nigeria's total public debt rose to 142.3 trillion naira as of September 30th, 2024, representing an increase of 5.97% when compared to 134.3 trillion naira in June 2024. The debt, comprising external and domestic obligations, reflect the significant impact of exchange rate depreciation on external borrowings when converted to naira terms. Data from the Debt Management Office showed that external debt in dollar terms increased marginally by 0.29% from $42.19 billion in June to $43.03 billion in September. However, in naira terms, external debt surged by 9.22%, rising from 63.07 trillion naira to 68.89 trillion within the quarter. And as Nigeria looks to exit the International Cooperation Review Group, process otherwise known as the Grey List by May 2025, stakeholders' collaboration has been identified as key for the country to succeed in mitigating risk and safeguarding its financial system. The Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, Afsat Bakari, made a call on Tuesday in Abuja at the National Anti-Money Laundering, Combating Terrorism Financing and Counter-Proliferation Financing Compliance Summit organized by the NFIU. Urging stakeholders not to focus on identifying challenges alone, the NFIU boss called on them to chart a clear path that ensures Nigeria's financial system remains robust, transparent and resilient.
Fight against financial crimes is not one that any single entity can win alone. It requires the collective strength and commitment of our political leaders, regulators, financial institutions, law enforcement, and security agencies, international partners, and all our domestic partners in the private sector, and also members of the press. Collaboration must be at the heart of our approach if we are to succeed in mitigating risk and safeguarding our financial system.
However, our strategic objective does not end with just completing the action plan. Our end goal is to ensure that the entirety of our AML/CFT/CPF regime across both the public and private sectors performs at the highest levels of effectiveness, efficiency, and compliance. This goal encompasses the current efforts to exit the grey list, effective preparation for the on-site assessment once the action plan is completed, and the medium-term early preparation for the next mutual evaluation, which is due in 2027.
As you are aware, Nigeria is on the track to exit the FATF grade list before the end of this year. This achievement will not only enhance our global standing, but also unlock significant economic opportunities. However, our work does not stop at this milestone. As part of the exit process, in Q3 2025, Nigeria will undergo an on-site review by an International Cooperation Review Group, ICRG, and from next year, preparations will commence for our next mutual evaluation by the Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering in West Africa, YABA, as mentioned earlier, in 2027.
Still in the world of business, financial experts in the country have praised Nigeria's decision to join BRICS as a partner country, highlighting it as a strategic move that could open doors to substantial economic opportunities. Speaking exclusively to TV360 Nigeria, financial analyst Kaluaja
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to
da kamar ina tare da waya ta ma za ku ta hamada saboda ni na ɗauka a waya kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka dan ka sai ya tafi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma su
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed: rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na daga kwararwa hamada, mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zaune har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan jari hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma bangaren gwamnati dai.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan? Akwai. Na je kai kaman gidaje nawa ko rugaje nawa ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Ake kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. Ko ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. They move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They may not have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
To shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirinmu ana munyi da mu da su a kan mu kore su. Muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da ba kuma ba nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Su yaran suna gabar, ni ina tafiya gun su gabar. Su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa.
Kai kana so ka iso wajen su.
Su kuma wannan
can makiyaya kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona.
Sai suka zargu suka fara harbi.
Sai suka kama harbi. Suna harbi na, suna jifa, ni ban sani ba ma. Ni da na gani haka dai, ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa. Amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba. Ban gani ba ma, ashe wai su harbi suke. Sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran, sai na tafi gun yaran Fulani din. To ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbinsa, ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare. Da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa, sai ɗan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya, shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba, sai ya jefa masa adda. Kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu. Sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu.
Adda?
Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Ya yanke itacen. Kuma ya yanke hannu. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi, ba zai zama hannu ba.
Shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su. Amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karancin ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa, wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su, suka shiga ka zauna, kuma abin da saboda shinkafan masu ma rashin kiyawa da miyadin suka shiga shinkafa mutane suna ci, an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfin mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗe ruwan ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin. Hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru, zaman lafiya tsakanin tun da daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune, muna zaune da ruwa, daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12. Da akwai ruwa baya, amma zuwa
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ci, gona biyu aka ci, kowanne a baya ina samun 30. Gona biyu ina samun 60, babu ɗaya, kwano ɗaya ban samu. Kuma na yi yunkuri na je na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ka dauka
babu sun cinye shine yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da can mu shi.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai ya jawo gaba da wannan. The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuki da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Amma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiyaya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized. I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again? Seed. Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu hakan nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da 500 da zai samu a cikin kwari.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth, and from there we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and to give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food. More like you can choose what's and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in.
Network delivery, we should do that. We should stop that silence, and also I encourage the FCC and the FCCPC to also look for ways to ensure that good services are provided by operators.
Okay, so the FCCPC is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. Now, moving on, the NCC referenced the 2013 cost study and the 2024 tariff simplification guidelines in its decisions. Now, do you think these frameworks are still relevant for the current economic realities, or do you think they need to be updated? Now, let's consider the fact that inflation, which is one of the reasons that I mentioned for the increase, changed since 2013 to this time. That was, I think in 2013 it was about over 8%. Now it's 34.80%. So inflation has increased from that time, and there are so many other things that has changed over time. Now, do you think these frameworks are still relevant in light of the changes we've experienced over time?
Yeah, so I haven't had the time to look at those frameworks, but what I have understood over time is that many times policy documents are hinged on current realities. It's very difficult for you to see a law that was made 10 years ago to still be significantly and overall significant in this new dispensation. So I think that that's one thing we should consider. So I would say that definitely be a need for a review to bring it to terms with current realities that we're facing. And within those current realities, we have to also understand that there are things that government should be imputing in those policies. So there will be nothing bad, for example, if all academic sites are made free. So if I want to access any educational site, I can do that for free. That's what the government can do. So when the rate hike comes in, just like the work that the Committee on Tax Reforms are doing, so that we can create environments that make it very easy for people who would necessarily not have sufficient funds to be on over the internet to have access. If educational sites are made free, so as a Nigerian and on my cell phone, on any device, I connect to any educational service and I'm getting access free of charge. Those things can be put in place also as part of policy, reduce the cost of data and calls and all of that. So I believe the policy should be revised in line with current realities. I believe that not just the cost, but also government's contribution in that. So we are reviewing inflation. We want to increase to government can do to make life easy for people and businesses.
Now, with this new tariff increase, Nigerians will now begin to pay about 6 naira for SMS, which used to be 4 naira before, and on the average, calls would now be about 16 naira. Now, do you think this tariff adjustment is a one-time measure, or do you think Nigerians should brace themselves for more increases in the near future?
So, and you know that it's not just about me sending an SMS that is now that when you make a bank transaction and you get an alert, so it's a high rate, and so higher rates, right? And so this time, say that would put our minds into the inflation and watch how inflation is going. I love what the CBN is doing. They have mentioned that they are using orthodox methods and they are watching inflation figures. We hope that their desire can be established by the policies and plans that they are putting in place. And so, but I fear that Nigerians should expect more increases. But like I said, if the government would be approving more increases, there should be substitution effects, other things that the government can do to make it better and easier for people to have access to. Because we cannot kill access to information. And one of the highways for information in Nigeria is through the internet. And so I believe that if the government wants to go the route of increasing rates, then we should also be considering what are their contributions and how they are increasing those contributions in that space.
Now, before we wrap things up, Mr. Olade, now with the telecom sector being critical to Nigeria's digital transformations, what strategies do you think operators should adopt to sustain growth while keeping services affordable at the same time? It might be difficult, but then the end goal is for growth to happen in the country.
Thank you. This report requires significant innovation. I believe that technology experts will be already brainstorming and thinking of how to ensure that people have access to services. Okay, so I'll take an example. Some weeks ago, there were calls of some kind of word-of-mouth advert by people saying that a certain filling station was providing fuel that extended the lifespan of their driving. And so I believe that there would also be ways where telecom providers will be looking at how to infuse innovation into their service offerings that allow Nigerians to not feel the significant impact of this pipe and make access very, very affordable. Because the truth is that, like I said, many Nigerians will be impacted, especially small businesses that rely heavily on the internet for their services. But since we also want to sustain the telecom providers, then we also have to look for a way, and that way is innovation. I don't know how it's going to be, and so I cannot give a definite suggestion, but I believe that if our technology experts put on their thinking caps, there will be services and products that will come out that would encourage people to be in that space and enjoy good services.
Well, let's hope that stakeholders are able to find a balance between the tariff increase and making life comfortable for Nigerians. Financial expert Femi Oladele, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome, sir. Well, that's it on this episode of Money Matters. Many thanks for I'm Okpayemi Owosheni. See you next time.
Good day, viewers. You are welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have with me in the studio Peter Kliwa. Peter, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Yes, like we all know, The Conversation is a topical issues program on happenings within Nigeria and in the diaspora. Top of the bill today, we want to look at the resurgence in terrorist attack in Nigeria. Just recently, we have seen a reoccurrence of the attacks by terrorist groups, most especially in the northeast. You talk of Baga in Borno State, where terrorists have continued to cause mayhem. And in response to that, the military spokesman came out and said the reasons that can be adduced for it can be traced to the influx of foreign fighters as well as internal collaborators. And for us here on The Conversation, as much as we agree with the submission, we think it is high time we upscaled the non-kinetic approach, just like we have upscaled the kinetic approach. The influx of fighters, cannot be divorced from our frosty relationship with our West African neighbor, especially the three Sahelian countries, that have had a military intervention, of which Nigeria, as the chairperson of ECOWAS, is encouraging them to return back to democratic rule. But because they have put the interests of the junta first and above the interests of the people of their countries in Mali, in Burkina Faso, and Niger Republic, they have continued, to be breeding ground. They have continued to be, hideouts for these terrorists, because when these countries were under democratic dispensation, the security temperature there was very good. But now with military junta in place, who don't have the knowledge, who don't have the expertise for governance other than to fight wars, we have seen the security situations in these countries deteriorate. And that deterioration in Niger Republic, Mali, and Burkina Faso is what we are facing here. And the earlier the West African bloc ECOWAS rise to the occasion, the whole of West Africa will be endangered by these countries who have turned recalcitrant in saying they are pulling out of ECOWAS. So for me, I think we need to work more on the non-kind, because this issue of local collaborators has always been with us from time immemorial in any society where you have a security breach. Because like our people say, that I say it in Yoruba, they say, "Ti kule o ba pani, today ò lè rí nípa, meaning that the ants that is eating the vegetable, kòkòrò tó ń jẹ ẹ̀fọ́, is inside the vegetable, and ant outside cannot come and eat if the one inside does not allow him. So the greatest threat that as we discuss this matter now, for me, is the internal collaborators. And we must commend our security agencies for the marvelous work they are doing. They've arrested a lot of internal collaborators, people who are supplying these bandits, terrorists, who are supplying them arms, who are supplying them logistics. So I think it is important for us to upscale the non-kinetic approach, because that is the only way to get to get over this. This war is winnable. For example, you recollect during the President Goodluck Jonathan years, when the fight against terrorism and they were gaining the upper hand, it took the innovation of people in some of these communities to set up the vigilantes, or that is the civilian JTF.
Civilian
yes,
task force.
To be able to, because if the people in the communities don't join hands with the security forces, there's little or nothing that the security forces will be able to do. But if the people within those communities become collaborators, they are not only endangering themselves and their families and generations unborn, they are also endangering national security. Because when we send troops there and you give information to terrorists, oh, the troops are moving now. Because I think we still need to rejig our system to get over these recurring terrorist attacks in Nigeria.
You are right. The thing is that maybe served from the northeast and northwest.
Yes.
I'll be led to believe that terrorist attacks have scaled down significantly.
I agree with you.
But right now, like you say, the influx of non-state actors from the neighboring countries that are displaced. I know most of those countries are, trading ruinous parts, because of the system of government that is prevalent in those countries. You now see that the Sahel countries are fighting endless wars within, and then they now invade our borders. And this brings us to the issue of our borders. Our borders are far too porous in the north. I think Nigeria should seriously start thinking about sealing up our borders in the north, because I think there is no inhibition whatsoever for people to cross over to Nigeria, and they are causing a lot of troubles. Whatever it will cost. Yes, whatever it will cost. Let Nigerian government see the need to secure our borders, especially at the northern frontier. And now it comes down to the local. There should be a rich pool of collaborators, as you have said, local collaborators who have been one way or the other, indoctrinated into this kind of insurgent activities. Maybe for one reason or the other.
It could be for economic reasons.
Yes, they have been greatly disempowered locally in Nigeria. Now with these people coming in, offering them fresh leads of air, they will be very, very eager to team up and fight the system, as they have been doing. So let us find ways of capping our borders, securing our borders, preventing these massive influx of fighters from the displaced countries into the country and causing havoc here. Because unless we do that, this thing will continue. And because most of the leaders, most of these military leaders, careless, they even will be happy if those...
No, you remember the
flood into Nigeria
statement of the Niger military leader who lied that Nigeria was funding
building a French base.
You know, when that one was debunked,
okay,
he also said the Nigerian government was funding Lakwa. What's the name of that
Lakaru
group?
Or whatever.
That to destabilize Niger. And I'm like, is Nigeria the one funding ISWAP?
Irrespective of the claims, everybody knows that these are desperate people who want to stay in power, because right there in their country they are not finding it easy
at all
staying in power, because there is no basis for their stay in leadership. They are fighting various fronts, and the fallout is now getting into Nigeria.
Looking for scapegoats.
Now, irrespective of what they say, let Nigeria find a way to tighten the borders, especially at the northern zone, so that this influx we can be able to. Now the local collaborators, if there are no influx of men and arms from these borders, they will be the local collaborators will be helpless, and you will find out that their job will be greatly taken care of.
That is why the issue of a non-kinetic approach, you know, looking for ways to empower the locals, such that they will be ready to handle
absolutely what you are saying,
living,
definitely,
and resorting to
definitely, because in the issue of security, I just have this font saying that you cannot secure a people that are not ready to be secured, who are not willing to be secured. You cannot secure them. The job falls majorly on the local population, either in intelligence or volunteering, you know, to fight alongside our forces, but where you see them collaborating for one thing or the other, for one reason or the other, and some of them may even be stupid reasons. They feel that these are our brothers, you know, and all those kind of things.
Peter, for some of those communities, you realize that the activities of terrorism and banditry has sagged a lot of communities.
Sure.
If those communities come back, and they can return back to their normal life, with security around them, definitely they will know that if anybody is collaborating with these terrorists, they will return to their former states of being, you know, refugees,
displaced,
being displaced. So I think it is important for government to ensure that these communities are returned back to their homeland, and they can return back to their normal life. Those who want to be involved in agri, such that when the people are, you know, like our people say, devil finds work
with an idle mind.
Somebody who is idle is ready to for then also talking about our borders. I agree with you totally that our borders are porous. And the truth of the matter is that we don't have the personnel to police all our borders. I'm asking, is it too much to deploy technology? Because this ungoverned spaces is what the terrorists are taking advantage of.
Of course.
If we have technology deployed to secure our borders, such that for every movement, they are tracked, and necessary action is taken.
And where possible, there is nothing that stops us from building walls, as America is doing in Mexico,
with the money,
you know, and all those. There's nothing that we cannot just keep it open. People migrate at will, and either in or out. And at the end of the day, they compound the security situation here. Like you rightly pointed out, the government should maybe boost efforts in resettling these communities, and also like you say, encouraging them to be the watchdog on their particular
take
society.
Charge of their own security.
Resettling them means maybe helping them to find sustainable means of livelihood. Yes, I agree. Definitely. Then nobody will disagree with that. But then, like this, whichever way, either through technology or manually, Nigeria must start looking at the ways of tapping our borders. Because we cannot just allow it, because that means the thing will be going on forever.
It's like a man who has built a house.
And
he has no door.
What do you expect?
So that means, the moment anybody gets to your door, and not
just
to say, who is that?
Yes, now.
The moment your door makes a sound, you know that somebody is there. Who is that?
Sure.
But if there's no door,
everybody walks in and walks out. And that is compounding the security situation.
I agree with
but
you.
as I said, Nigerian military have been very, very, how will I put it, have done commendable jobs in curtailing insecurity.
Absolutely.
It would have been worse.
Absolutely.
It would have been
I
worse.
know.
And let us even say, as we say, we can isolate the rising security situation to the northwest and the northeast.
Yes.
Other sections have
you
insecurity have
know
been
that even in our neighboring Osun here,
okay,
you know, some
yeah,
terrorists were arrested before they could. Before they
you
could
know,
get the
you know
food.
that they will always have that pockets of
local collaborators.
action. Remember what happened in the church in Owo?
Owo, yes.
You know, they
yes.
just came and exploded bomb and killed people.
Yes.
You know, you cannot rule those ones out. But like
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking that maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, we could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose and say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like seeing as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that. She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year, we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids
It has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place. Nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of this, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
While I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least that was 2014, and this is 2024. Let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot.
Those who fail to plan are planning to fail absolutely, describes my once great country, Nigeria. Reinventing Nigeria. If I ask, how many of you know that pipe-borne water was introduced in the area called Nigeria today in 1910? That's more than 100 years ago. With the establishment of federal water supply and subsequent construction of Iju Water Works, the same Iju Water Works that you know in Lagos was commissioned by Lord Lugard in 1915. And today, even with all the multiple boreholes of various houses, we are still drinking pure water, maybe sachet water. What if I tell you that electricity generation in Nigeria actually began in 1896, as the first Nigerian electrical power plant in the country was built that year, and that as far back as 1886, generators were already being used to provide electricity in Lagos, and that by 1898, electric street lighting was introduced in Lagos, and by March 1899, the electric light was running all night in European quarters in Lagos, even before cities like Munich in Germany. But today, our collective grid, they collapse our national grid like Ogbanje. And when some of us they enjoy 20 hours electricity supply a day, we think say we dey heaven, you know. Even my little son once asked, why can't we tie all the generators in Nigeria, you know, together so that we can have constant electricity supply? But my son no go understand. Anyway, who do us really? Not many people know that the development of telecommunications in Nigeria began in 1886 when a cable connection, which was established between Lagos and Colonial Office in London. And by 1893, government offices in Lagos were provided with telephone services, which was later extended to Ilori and Jeba in the hinterland. And by 1920, the first telephone call was made from Nigeria to London, was made by Frederick Lord Lugard. But today, NITE is dead, and we celebrate GSM and fight foreign companies for monopolizing the space. And yet, British telephone is still in existence, despite the fact that they have GSM. At least many of us know this one. The first television station in the world, you know, began broadcasting in 1928 in New York. And by October 31st, 1959, the government of Western Nigeria, you know, broadcasted the first terrestrial television broadcast signal in Nigeria and in Africa through the Western Nigerian Television Services, which later was taken over by NTV in 1977 via a decree. And today, the same national television is struggling to be seen. What a shame. The first aircraft to land in Nigeria touched down in Maiduguri on the 1st of November in 1925. And by 1936, the country opened its first airport, which is the today Aminu Kano International Airport in Kano, followed by the Nigerian College of Aviation, which was established in 1964, and today Fundments for Development has siphoned into private pocket. That's a country that had an airport as far back as 1936. The list plenty. Anyway, how do we know these things when history is no longer seriously taught in our schools? To imagine that the Nigeria of those many firsts is the same country today where money, is celebrated without sustainable means of livelihood. This thing shocked me. Where did we miss it? To the extent that kidnapping is now an occupation and fraud is celebrated in the open, that today you even have association of mothers of Yahoo. Is the problem really with the barber, the hair, or the clipper? Is it the people, the leaders, the followers alike, or the structure or the system of government? But before you answer that question, ask yourself, am I part of the problem or the solution of Nigeria? A lot of our leaders, political, religious, and otherwise, rather than invest in education and build industries as a means of sustaining employment and development, would rather build massive houses in their village these days. And, definitely while they are alive, these houses become some meccas of salt and everybody visit them. But today, when a lot of them are gone, those houses will be occupied by roaches and reptiles. Will take over all of those places. And in some cases, their children, that they are primitively acquiring the asset for, will also be fighting to acquire their own, or in some cases will not even bother. And in other cases, they are lost abroad. So when I see politicians celebrating wealth by building big houses today and throwing monies at parties, I just remember that the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. The ones that came before them did the same thing. And how many people remember their once expensive vehicles and mansions? Today, these vehicles are antiquities. And those expensive houses, those days that we used to look at, are relics of ancient times. Remember, some persons killed to buy 504. But today, the dash you go take. I will therefore advocate, until we reinvent ourselves, that will in turn reinvent the country, we continue to recycle mediocrity as experts. Our leaders and followers should know that when you steal public funds to build houses, remember that someday the expensive property of today will become worthless tomorrow. But when you invest in building public infrastructure that will outlast your generation, you indirectly invest in people who someday will use this asset to empower themselves and others. Inevitable, even if you don't have kids, your name will not only live forever, but will be written in gold in the sand of time. Imagine 38 years after his demise, whenever we discuss free education in Nigeria, we call the names of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. We talk about the first television station in Africa, we call the same Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Yet, we can hardly remember some names of governors who paraded the landscape of Nigeria in 1999, or even their legacy. So remember, that expensive car that you kidnap or kill a fellow human to buy will someday be worthless. And also, remember, some of these old vehicles where we die to buy those days. Today, if they dash you, no go won't take. And then also, that house that you are defrauding someone to buy will someday become a meeting room for reptiles and insects. I don't want to mention names, but you can easily remember there is nobody in Nigeria that you cannot remember one politician who once built a mansion in a village that today is worthless. Those mansions you are collecting tithe and offering to build, in churches, will someday be owned by some different family members. So let us be circumspect, because no matter how you build, you can't build a house for God, because someday another person, another person will take him. We had big names that came before you. Invest in people, invest in your society, build infrastructure, and Nigeria will be better. Anyway, make a hanger here before the story becomes too long. Please, let's have your thought on all our comment sections, on all our various social media platforms shown on your screen. Let's know what you think, whether we are right or not. But always remember whether you are part of the problem or the solution, and choose to be part of the problem or the solution and not the problem. For education is the best legacy any nation can bequeath to its citizens. For if we are all aware and sure that our brains will provide for our mouth, nobody will tolerate a fulefu style of leadership in Nigeria. See you next week.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems. And it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks. And we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and saved from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about. We've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Hello and welcome to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Nigerian government has congratulated Donald Trump on his inauguration as the 47th President of the United States of America. The message was conveyed in a statement issued by the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimiebi Ebienfa. Nigeria emphasized the strong and historic ties between the two nations, highlighting their shared cooperation in areas such as the promotion of good governance, sustainable development, and the fight against terrorism and violent extremism. And witnesses of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) on Tuesday gave testimonies on how irregularities allegedly marred the September 21, 2024 Edo governorship election in 3 local government areas of the state. The PDP and its candidate in the election, Aswe Godalo, are challenging the declaration by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) of Governor Monday Okpebholo of the All Progressives Congress as the winner of the election. And the Supreme Court has scheduled February 10, 2025 to hear two separate suits filed by the All Progressives Congress challenging the validity of the local government elections conducted in Rivers State in 2024. The Apex Court also scheduled the same date to hear 5 other cases bordering on the political crisis in Rivers State. The crisis in the state erupted in October 2023 when a faction loyal to the former governor and minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, attempted to impeach Governor Siminalayi Fubara. And the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) has described as absurd the 8 billion naira allocated in the 2025 federal budget to sensitize Nigerians on the need to pay electricity bills. This was revealed in a statement signed by the President of the Union, Joe Ajaero. The Federal Ministry of Power had proposed a budget of 8 billion naira for 2025 to educate Nigerians on the importance of timely payment of electricity bills. And the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NIETI, has asked the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms to provide a clear and detailed explanation of its plan to harmonize federal and state tax laws in the proposed tax reform bills submitted to the National Assembly for approval. It also asked the committee to clarify the roles of subnational governments in implementing the bill and identify areas needed to improve the policy gaps in the bill. And on the foreign scene, United States federal employees working in diversity offices must be put on paid leave by Wednesday evening as the new administration of Donald Trump has ordered the programs to close. This was confirmed by the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. The memo confirmed by Leavitt directed all department and agency heads to send workers notice by 5 p.m. on Wednesday. And finally, on sports, Super Falcons forward Blessing Nko has sealed a move to Spanish club Deportivo La Coruna. Nko joined Manu Sanchez's side on a short-term deal for the remainder of the season. The 21-year-old played in the Turkish league for Gaziantep Asyaspor last season. She scored 12 goals during her impressive stint with the club. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at the top of the hour.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching. Even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. You see the restroom, see the classroom, you see the offices, you see the type of furniture there. It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. They were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we say, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what we used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done, and then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something, and not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person. I'm not rich. It cost me so much, and but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
China and Africa, advancing together and planting the seeds of their dreams in the vibrant and hopeful landscape of the 21st century. Nurturing these seeds with friendship and cultivating them with sincere dedication, setting an example of cooperative partnership grounded in a shared destiny. These are seeds that are bound to grow and bear fruit. Under the same starry sky, and with a vision for the future of all humanity, the people of China and Africa are expanding their horizons and extending their reach, moving forward together toward a future brimming with boundless hope. This is Inkoa Stelgen, an international student from the Republic of the Congo at the University of Jinan. Today's the big day, the day of his PhD dissertation defense.
除了结婚之外的另外一个大任务，所以现在我的心情就很复杂。
Inkoa Stelgen was born in a mountainous village in the northern region of the Republic of the Congo. In 2012, his alma mater, Marienne Ngawabi University, partnered with the University of Jinan to establish a Confucius Institute. Inkoa Stelgen enrolled as one of the institute's first students. 3 years later, he began an 8-year journey as an international student in the University of Jinan.
各位老师、各位同学，大家下午好，我是来自康国部的曹格。然后接下来我可能要用英语开始讲我的 PPT。我还记得我上小学的时候，我天天打仗，就是跟同学，然后他们为了调我，他们也会模仿我走路的那个样子，对。然后我一看了，我就跟你拼命了。我知道我跟别人长得不一样嘛，只有学习这一条路。
But at the University of Jinan, Inkoa Stelgen didn't just focus on learning Chinese, he chose a more challenging path.
非洲有很多水，但是都是没有把这个水处理好的技术，所以来中国的目的也是把处理水的过程中学好，然后将来回国，哪怕是去别的国家，我就要是给老百姓服务，也给他们一个美好的生活吧。这大家喝干净的水，就不用生病。
答辩委员会经过评议及无记名投票表决，一致同意通过曹格博士学位论文答辩，建议授予公学博士学位。非常感谢。
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Having risen to the challenges he has set himself, Inkoa Stelgen is now heading toward a bright future. Inkoa Stelgen's hometown has also undergone significant changes in recent years. Sino-Congolese cooperation projects like the National Road No. 1, the China-Congo Friendship Hospital, the Kintele Sports Complex, and the Confucius Institute at Marienne Ngawabi University, Inkoa Stelgen's alma mater, have transformed many lives. This summer, to celebrate his graduation, Inkoa Stelgen embarked on a trip. He chose to visit a place he'd long dreamt of visiting.
朋友们，下午好。下午好。听说过刚果共和国吗？非洲。听说过。哦，我作为一个大学生，给小朋友介绍一下我们的康果，好不好？好。OK。2010年。这里曾发生过可怕的大地震，那时候我的国家没有袖手旁观，康果和中国就是我两个家，遇到困难时两个家互相帮助，互相支持，生活在两个家的我真好啊。
After the 2010 Yushu earthquake in Qinghai province, the Republic of the Congo donated 16 million yuan to build the Sino-Congolese Friendship Primary on the roof of the world, despite their own limited financial resources. A gesture of warmth, opening a new chapter in the history of China-Congo friendship.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour la Chine.
Bonjour la Chine.
在这所学校，我最好的朋友是土丹公宝，他带我去食堂吃他最喜欢吃的炒土豆，还带我去他的宿舍看他整齐的床铺，还带我去他的圣地，一个神秘壮观的足球场，还带我去他的家。
所以这里边都是猪粪。吃饭，宿舍里拍不了。
我让他用相机随便拍一些什么送给我，我会一辈子记住他。
就是这样3舅舅的摩托，4舅舅的小汽车，那是我们的山绳，我的篮板，光果布。
One is an African university student from the heart of the Congo Basin, and the other is a primary school student living on the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. Despite their vastly different backgrounds and the distance between their homelands, they formed an extraordinary friendship. Standing together to overcome difficulties, this is the friendship between nations, between China and Africa, reflected in individual lives and illuminating a future full of possibilities. Tsavo National Park in Kenya is home to nearly all of Africa's animal species. With its unspoiled culture and diverse wildlife, this captivating land draws countless visitors from around the world. But there's a problem. The hotels within the park have long struggled with power shortages.
And we used to do generator power for just a few hours. So by 10 in the night, we have to switch off the generator. The guests were really inconvenienced. They couldn't charge their phones. They could use the fans in the room. So if it is hot, it is hot.
Fortunately, China-Kenya cooperation is supplying the solution to this and a host of other issues. Now that Kenya has started actively promoting the development of clean energy, solar panels are going up everywhere. The result is a steady supply of electricity pulsing into remote areas, much to the relief of Victor O. Yang and his guests. With a shared vision for the future of all humanity, China and Africa have chosen to join hands on the path of green development. Whether it's howling winds, scorching sun, or ever-flowing rivers, these natural energy resources are being harnessed in China-Africa green energy cooperation projects. The result, clean energy flowing continuously across this beautiful land, lighting up lives and the way to the future. In 2018, in the heart of Morocco, the city of Ouarzazate, known as the Gateway to the Sahara, saw the completion and launch of the world's largest solar thermal power plant, a joint project between China and Morocco. This plant now meets the electricity needs of over 1 million Moroccan households and can even export surplus power to Europe. With this transformation from an electricity importer to an exporter, Morocco, in partnership with China, has strengthened its commitment to developing the renewable energy sector. Omar Hassani, now 37 years old, joined a Chinese new energy company 3 months ago. Today is the day of his evaluation, marking the end of his probation period.
We will invite you to present what you did during your probation period with a PPT, and then we will ask you a few questions.
Actually, I was recruited as a police manager
For my education background, I studied a bachelor's degree in aeronautic engineering at Beijing University of Aeronautic and Astronautic, Beihang University.
Success. Omar Hassani has got through his evaluation, a full member of the team at last. The Chinese company he chose, BTR, is Morocco's first new energy company, and it produces lithium-ion battery anode and cathode materials. With years of experience in the automotive industry, Omar believes that electric vehicles hold the key to the future of Morocco's automotive sector. China's leading new energy industry is actively seeking broader development opportunities.
我们到摩洛哥投资的这个工厂应该是我们第5代，所以我们是带来最新的技术，不光是我们自己过来，还顺便会带来我们上下游的配套的供应商、合作伙伴，对摩洛哥汽车产业是一个非常好的补充。
But it's not just a big day for Omar Hassani. Thousands of miles away at the BTR factory in Jiangsu province, China, another important test is underway.
这是扣式电池的循环，应该是提升了接近3个点。
Yannick, the project leader for the Morocco initiative, is overseeing his team as they test the performance of battery materials.
真正在摩洛哥量产的时候，我们一个是要稳定住现有的状态，另外在新一代产品，我们在这个基础上再进一步的再提升一个层次。
This modern production line will soon be fully established in the Tangier tech city in Morocco.
We will start another.
As a major milestone in the high-quality China-Morocco Belt and Road Initiative, Tangier Tech City has drawn numerous Chinese new energy companies. These companies will introduce world-leading industry chains and clusters in fields such as renewable energy and electric vehicle batteries, helping Morocco build a modern green future and advancing global efforts in sustainable, low-carbon development.
I love the poetry of it, you know, the green mountains, the lucid waters, silver and gold. China's action at home is really important. China's action abroad in this matter is very important. I've referenced renewable energy. It's remarkable that China has made these commitments and is exceeding the commitments on renewable already now.
Ethiopia, situated on the East African plateau at an average altitude of nearly 3,000 meters, is often referred to as the roof of Africa. Southwest of the capital, Addis Ababa, is an export processing industrial park invested in by a Chinese company, which is primarily focused on footwear manufacturing. At 55, Teka Entehabu is a regular visitor to this industrial park. As the former Minister of State at Ethiopia's Ministry of Trade and Industry, he frequently visits industrial parks to assess production conditions. Teka understands that for Ethiopia to thrive, manufacturing must be prioritized.
Our objective, or the policy objective, was to $1 billion export from the textile and garment. But unfortunately, we could not meet the intended result. So I tried to link also the experience of China with our challenges.
In search of solutions to the country's developmental challenges, 3 years ago, Teka Entehabu went to Peking University's Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development to study for his PhD.
This is our flag. You know, this is the Ethiopian flag. Yeah.
Founded in April 2016, the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development is dedicated to sharing governance experience between China and developing countries, with the goal of cultivating high-level government management talent across the developing world. The institute represents a shift in China's cooperation with South-South countries, moving from financial and infrastructural support to the exchange of development wisdom and ideas, thereby enhancing contributions to global South-South cooperation efforts.
We cannot directly copy the China development model, but we can learn more and we can try to take some lessons, experiences, and we can apply to our country based on the situation, the environment we have in our countries.
Wang Yong, the academic deputy dean at Peking University, is also Teka Entahabu's PhD advisor.
Teka 的话，他原来当过这工业贸易部的这个国部长嘛，所以他对于贸易、对于产业一直是关注的。所以他们是带着问题来，但他是带着国际的比较来的。
To understand China's experience, one must return to the starting point of its development. Before returning to Ethiopia, Teka Entahabu visited Xinjiang. Xinjiang is the birthplace of the Xinjiang experience, a key success story from China's reform and opening up. Teka Entahabu hopes to find answers here for Ethiopia's development. In the past more than 40 years, Chendai town in Xinjiang has seen the emergence of over 7,000 shoe companies and supporting businesses. One company miraculously grew from a small family workshop into a billion-dollar publicly listed enterprise.
It's possible for the textile and garment, you know.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
this is very
picture?
initial, initial picture.
That's 1982?
Yes, it's 1982.
Okay.
So it's just not easy.
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's a magic
I know.
for we
It
were
is.
so proud. Why it's called the Xinjiang experience? Just because a small business, how they can doing their initiatives to create their own advantage and make a success, and then a lot of business can work together to build this local regional economy to become a stronger one, and with the support from the government. Yes.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Xinjiang experience, yeah. So this is a big lesson for us also. We need to work closely with the enterprise to fulfill the common vision, to bring the development of the country.
This summer, 35 students from 19 countries will graduate from the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development. Over its 8 years, the Institute has trained over 400 high-caliber individuals for the governments of more than 70 developing countries, providing vital intellectual support for the modernization of their national governance systems and capacities.
I'm so keen, to bring some changes in my country. I need to make some differences in my country development. That's the motive of every student in the South-South Cooperation.
In 40 years, China went from being very poor to being a very, very successful, dynamic economy. So I think China has a very big role to play as showing the path of how to achieve rapid development.
South-South cooperation is a remarkable initiative that promotes collective self-reliance among developing countries. As a leading member of the Global South and the largest developing nation, China remains dedicated to its mission of collaborating with other developing countries. This dedication is why China-Africa cooperation not only endures as a lasting friendship, but also serves as a model for South-South collaboration. With high aspirations, China-Africa cooperation looks to the future, aiming for new heights and endless possibilities.
热带气旋肯尼斯25号登陆莫桑比克北部地区。
In March 2019, tropical cyclones ravaged Africa. Mozambique, among other countries, was especially badly affected, suffering severe flooding. 2 years later, in August 2021, Algeria faced devastating forest fires, resulting in major casualties. But bad as these events were, they could have been much worse were it not for China's meteorological and communications satellites orbiting the Earth. These provided timely and precise disaster warnings and information services to the affected countries, helping rescue teams save countless lives. Additionally, the deepening of China-Africa space technology cooperation has rekindled dreams that once seemed out of reach. On June 13, 2023, at Egypt's Space City in New Cairo, Professor Rafi, who is over 70 years old, is awaiting the result of the electrical performance test for the MisaSat-2 flight model.
Of course, Egypt has a dream related to space projects or space activities.
Professor Rafi is an expert in theoretical research and equipment testing in Egypt's space sector. Throughout his 40-year career, he's lamented the absence of a fully independently developed satellite by the Egyptian Space Agency.
Our main dream is to make our own satellite, to develop our own satellite from A to Z.
As early as 1997, Egypt planned to develop its own satellite. However, due to technological barriers, this goal was never achieved. Nowadays, however, the failures that once haunted Professor Rafi are rapidly fading from view, overshadowed by the changes unfolding before him. Cui Yufu, the chief designer from the Chinese team for the MisaSat-2 satellite, leads the Chinese testing team in close collaboration.
Which was removed from the federal government budget in 2023 and 2024 has been included. Therefore, this budget defense meeting is a critical step in our effort to ensure that our nation's resources are allocated efficiently and effectively. Let us work together to scrutinize the 2025 budget proposal and ensure that they align with our national goal and priority. On this note, I appreciate my colleagues' prompt response to this exercise, demonstrating their patriotism and commitment to the National Assembly. I commend the Honorable Minister, Barrister Festus and his team for their comments and their commitment in this area. Now, Honorable Minister, before I invite you for the budget presentation, we need to make some few comments from our colleagues, and then we just want a situation where you will to brief the remaining agencies. The truth of the matter is that we don't place people in the justice. We don't achieve whatever leaders we are happy today that the industry is seeing the light and having a brighter future. But we know we are not yet, but we are on our way there. The only thing we just want to take people is your agency. Whenever we call them, we don't want to issue a second warning. We don't want a situation we'll be calling them, come, and they won't come. We have the power to invite or to summon. It's always not nice when you summon, between the relationship has broken. So we want to appeal to you, to appeal to your people, that whenever they see a letter from National Assembly, that come and explain this. It's not a police station. Just go there, explain whatever they ask you. It's as simple as that, because we are representing Nigeria. Because the reason why we quickly agree that I should slot in this, by the time you finish your presentation, there will be questions from the floor. Some of the hunger from what you will be saying, or the defense, they will pour it out. But by the time I already let you know that this is what is happening, that because most of our colleagues have grudge, that some of the agency, they will receive your letter or even phone call, or will ask our clerk to call them. They won't even return the call. They won't even have the courtesy to return the call until the day they now hit the barbed wire. That's the time they will be looking for you as the committee chairman. It's unfair. It's unfair. So on this note, Honorable Minister, I invite you to make the presentation of your 2025. The budget performance of 2024. That's before you put any, is the one that will start with the performance of the budget. So, Honorable Minister, we want to see the performance, and then we now go to the future.
Distinguished Chairman of the Senate Committee on Aviation, the Chairman of the two committees on Aviation and Aviation Technology of the House of Representatives, distinguished senators, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, let us express first of all our appreciation, sir, for the warm welcome we have received this morning and for graciously agreeing to accommodate us today for this exercise. We are extremely grateful. We don't take it for granted that you had to adjust your timetable to accommodate us today. We don't take it for granted. We are very, very grateful, sir. We also want to express our deep appreciation for all the support we have received from this committee. It has made us better as a ministry. It has made us. We have sat up where we need to sit up as a ministry too. And the kind of support we have received from the chairman in the last 1 year has been tremendous. We really, really want to place that on record, our appreciation for the support and very robust oversight that we have received in the last 1 year. So myself and my team, sir, we are here just to say thank you, sir. For the 2024 budget performance summary, sir, it is subdivided into the capital appropriation, the personnel appropriation, overhead appropriation. For the capital appropriation, sir, in 2024, it was 38,338,916,033 naira. The actual releases, out of that, cash releases, was 11,540,112,956 naira 40 kobo, sir. Out of that, the utilization was about 98% utilization from the releases, sir. And that's 11. Sir, the 2024 budget performance is a summary of the 2024 budget performance, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have done that, sir.
No, you said utilization.
No, we said releases first, sir. We said releases.
Releases 11 things. Utilization 11 points. estimated percentage utilization starting with 9.
Yeah, I first mentioned releases, sir, with respect, sir. I did mention releases before I went to utilization, sir.
Okay, okay.
Okay, sir. So after the capital appropriation, the releases, sir. Can I go on, sir?
Yeah, go on.
The releases, sir, was 11 billion 540 million 112,956 naira 40 kobo, sir. Then out of the releases, sir, the actual utilization, sir, that's where I am, sir. It's about 98 or thereabout percent, which is about 11 billion 534 million 271,427 naira 94 kobo, sir. And the percentage of utilization, it's about 30.9%, sir. That is for the capital appropriation, sir. For the personnel appropriation, sir, the total personnel appropriation was 1,009,378,928 naira 22 kobo, sir. The actual releases, sir, for personnel appropriation, out of the personnel appropriation, was 1,009,378,918 naira 22 kobo, sir. The utilization, sir, was 100% of the releases. So the same figure, just 100%. Sir, the overhead appropriation, sir. The total overhead appropriation was 520,351,934 naira, sir. The releases in that respect was almost 100%, 99 point something to 9%. That's 520,351,933 naira 87 kobo, sir. Then the utilization, sir, was 520,172,307 naira 44 kobo. And like I mentioned, the utilization is about 99.97%, sir. We actually made a note there, by the grace of the National extended the 2023 budgets. At some point, it ran concurrently with the 2024 budget till about 31st of December 2024. Just like we have also received, graciously received the extension from the National Assembly of the 2024 budget to run till I think June 2025. That was the same situation we had in 2024. That is for the 2024 budget performance summary. I will wait for the directive before I go to the 2025. Yes, that's for 2024.
I believe that the performance from the minister. Any question? Go ahead.
My name is Alison Anderson. And I'm a German from Liverpool. Sir, I want to find out if this ministry has an idea.
The ministry itself does not have an idea, but some of our agencies have some. Those budgets are quite different from the ministry budgets.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, and co-chairman here present, Olatunji Akios is my name. I'm an engineer and a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. represent the industrious people of Ado-Ogo-Ota, Federal Constituency and from Ogun State. Honorable Minister, permit me first to congratulate you and your team for the improvements we've seen in some of our airports. Last year I was part of those that complained about the Lagos airport, and I must say that I've seen improvements. I'd like to ask this question. On page 11 of your 2024 performance, page 11 of what you did,
11.
there's power energy improvement at the Lagos and other airports in Abuja.
11, huh?
And in 2024, 1 billion was appropriated and 1 billion was expended. We do not know the contract sum itself. 40 million, maybe the vintage or something. How much has the ministry expended totally to date on this power and energy improvement project? What is the scope of work of this project so far, and when will the project be completed? Thank you, sir.
I think Frank is ready. For the Abuja airport, the details I have regarding the power project in Abuja airport, they call the IPP project. It was something that we inherited from the last minister, last administration. And there's a contract running. I think it's a contract for 7 years or so. Yep. It's a contract for 7 years running for an independent contractor to provide power. Because, you know, Lagos and Abuja, they have to run on 24 hours because they are our gateway. So whether they are airports, whether they are landing or not. In fact, there was a presidential directive under Yaradua. And I think the MD farm brought it up to me recently to say, is it still sustainable? But I think there was a problem that happened under Yaradua. I'm not too sure when the president tried to land at night and the lights went off. So I can't remember the facts. But after that, there was a clear presidential directive to ensure that for Lagos, Abuja, you run 24 hours, whether planes are landing or not, because it's a security issue for the gateways of the nation. So since then, before we came, 3-4 administrations for us, they run 24 hours, those two major airports. You know, they are our star airports. So because of that, there was a contract under the last government for an IPP to provide power for Abuja airport in particular. And that runs into some figure. The figures are not here, but they submit their payments once in a while, periodically, for us to pay them. And that is for Abuja. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine is construction of the control tower.
Construction. One. Okay. What page, sir?
Page 2.
Page 2. Yes.
2023-2026.
Item 13. I've seen it, item 13, sir.
According to the project started, we entered the budget in 2013.
2023?
2013.
2013, okay.
That was when it entered the budget.
Okay.
Its first appearance in the budget was in 2013. Can we know the actual contract sum, total contract sum that will cost the project? The total amount that could have done the job in 2013.
Yes, that's not page 13.
I can tell the Permanent Secretary regarding the history of these items in particular. That's the history of the when it was originally awarded, how much it was awarded. Originally, sir. Yeah. Where, is it there? Where is it? No. Number 13. It's number 13. It's number 13, sir. Am I correct, sir? No, number. It appears in number 13, sir. Yes, sir, number 13, sir. 18. 2024? It's number 13, sir.
You are looking at 2023.
Okay. Okay, no, sir. That was 2023. It's 2024, sir. Yeah. Yeah, you are correct. Ongoing. For 2024, it's 18. For 2023, it's 13. Yes. Yes, sir. Well, sir, that was about 10 years before I came. I will not have the details. No, was that 1.9? Was it the original song? Yes. I agree with you, sir, that it may be it's a good template if we have such directives, and it's a very, very good direction. The distinguished senator is going. That for any budget preparation, it's important we provide these details. You know, we just come all the time to the Senate and we provide this thing and expect, and the National Assembly, and expect our budgets to approve. But I think this holistic picture is a good one. It's just that we follow templates we received before we came here. But it's a very good template, sir. I agree with you, sir. It should be. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, sir. I agree with you. I agree with you, sir. I agree with you. I agree. Yes. Yes, sir. I agree with you, sir. It's a new template we may have to adopt in getting our budgets prepared. Yes, sir. NCAT. Let me see.
The committee, the three committees, particularly mission technology,
Where's NCAT there? I hope you are listening. Where's
NCAT?
Come on.
Let him see us.
Let us see. You understand the directive of the committee?
So you want a situation like the next 1 week,
yes,
before we finish this budget,
yes,
so that we won't take our own decision on your own budget of 2025.
Yes.
We just want that report in the next 1 week. Immediately after the budget, call your people. Let them give you the 2013, the 2015. I'm sure by the time we go to 2025 too, maybe we'll see another figure. We don't know the issue of what happened in 2013. We don't know 2013. How much the actual contract. Where have you reached? Where have this? And then you are putting in more money. We have to know that. And then by the time we have your report in the next, it will help us to decide when we even come on oversight. For us to know where to start.
We have to.
Thank you, distinguished Chairman. Honorable Minister, In the same document, page 18, number 82, there's a project there that has caught my attention, and that is the construction of perimeter road at Sam Mbakwe Cargo Airport, Owerri, Imo State. I'd like to find out the status of this project, if you are reading from the same document with me. This is what I have here. Okay. Because we've been on that perimeter road for a while now. A lot of the projects they are stalled. So I'd like to know the status. This is the document I'm reading.
Yes, we have it, sir. I got the question. I want to get an update on the relevant director. All right, sir. So the updates, I can give a commitment within 24 hours to get a relevant director who have gone there for inspections. But we have thousands of projects to give a status report of the present state of that project. I can give a personal commitment to that, sir. Because for each and every of these projects,
this is born out of my concern
I
about
agree.
projects going on in Imo Cargo Airport. They are usually stalled, and some of them are abandoned. So
Yes,
to
I
say,
agree.
more or less.
Yes. In many
so
other
that's the
airports,
concern I have. Okay.
Yes, we can
You
give a
the
commitment to
information
that.
within 24 hours, like
Yes.
you said. That will be fine.
And then just to add to that, it's a very good observation. It's also a wake-up call for us, even not for many ministries. Yes, because when we don't have 100% release, the projects remain like that. They come back for variation, most of the contractors, and then it is penny wise, pound foolish for us as federal government not to quickly fund these projects and complete them. Because at the end of the day, we'll now end up spending 4 times more. So that is what the distinguished senator just pointed out, and I think I agree entirely, sir, that even in our own budget performance and focus, we should focus on the ones that have been like 80% complete, 70% complete them thoroughly instead of starting new ones again in the next year, so that we don't put extra burden on the federal government purse to come back every year, and that 30% completion remaining ends up being 100% funding again when you remain like that for years. I agree, sir. It's just
I'm coming. Honorable Abakar, I've seen you from this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remain Honorable Abakar Yahya Kusada. I represent Kenkia Kusada and Federal Constituency. I'm from Katsina State. Honorable Minister, I just seek for an explanation on page 18 or page 6 of your document.
Page what?
Page 18, yes, precisely.
Number what?
Item number 80.
80?
Yes. Completion of abandoned guard protocol at MLA Lagos. You see, the project was first entered into the budget. Okay, 50 million naira was appropriated for the budget, in the budget for the project. And total expenditure there is also 50 million. The financial reference is 100%. And you still mark it as ongoing as a remark. I just need to know, is the project complete or it is still ongoing, or are you planning to carry it over to the next appropriation year? The same with item number 112 and 114 of page 18. Item number 112 and 114 on page 18. They are all 100% funded and you still call it ongoing. That's why I want to know, are you planning to continue with the project in the next appropriation year or what? Thank you.
Well, I think the only explanation I can give to that is that the contract sum was far above the money appropriated. So that even if you have 100% performance of that contract, the project would not be complete. So what I see, for instance, there is that the contract sum was in the region of 563 million. And then 50 million was provided. 50 million was expended. And that, of course, would be like 10% of the actual contract sum. So that's the only explanation I can see to that.
Distinguished Senators, honorable colleagues, I think the concern of members are the same. I think what the joint committees want from you is the historical background of all these ongoing projects.
Yes, sir.
We need the historical background of all these ongoing projects so that the committee will sit down and appraise where and at what level we are. Distinguished Senator, honorable colleagues, maybe we give the honorable minister a week to submit to this joint committee the historical background of all the ongoing projects, so that the status of all the ongoing projects, the date of award, the contract value, how much has been expended, the year of completion, and challenges if there's any, so that we can look at that together. That's my suggestion.
We're well guided, sir, and thank you for that. The permanent secretary. Okay. All right.
The co-chairman, the honorable minister. Now, there is an issue that is not in your budget, which is very key and critical. The defunct Nigerian Airways. There is a liability of about 36 billion naira being owed to the staff. Some have died, many are sick and dying, yet government is refusing to pay them. We have not seen that provided for. Or is it joined to your personnel or overhead budget?
No, sir. Thank you.
Should be done on that.
Yes, thank you, sir. Let me give you an update on that. Under the last administration, both the unions and the ministry sat down and arrived at that figure, 136 billion. You are correct, sir. However, there was a presidential directive for the Ministry of Finance to take over the payments, the liability from the Ministry of Aviation, because it would have been too much on the envelope of the Ministry of Aviation. So it's actually domiciled now, the payment is domiciled in the Ministry of Finance. We have written several letters. We have gone there to visit, to press for the payment. Myself and the union leaders, to show our transparency, I invited all of them in November. I think it was November. We went to the Minister of Finance with the union leaders to hear from him directly. And he spoke to them, asked them to be patient, the Minister of Finance who were before him in his office. And we actually sympathize with them, sir, because for people who serve the nation, they should not owe them, their entitlements. So for us, we are very sympathetic. We have been helping them to pursue that payment, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think rider to this.
Go ahead, distinguished. Okay, let Senator Sabi speak, then you speak, please.
Chairman, distinguished colleagues, we had the minister on this issue of payment of the defunct Nigerian Airways. By your pedigree and your personality before you become a minister, this is one issue that each and every Nigerian will expect you to champion by whatever means. Unfortunately, my colleague is complaining that that amount of 36 billion is not even reflected in the budget. How do you intend to pay this money?
So I just provided the explanation, sir, that there was a directive in the last administration. This amount was arrived at during the last administration. It was like a joint committee between the unions and the ministry. But there was a directive that amount should be paid by the Ministry of Finance. It should be removed from the budget of the ministry because it will be too much for the envelope, because that is overhead. It's not capital. So it is actually domiciled, yes, in the Ministry of Finance. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went there with the union leaders in November to meet the minister. They were all satisfied with our efforts, all the union leaders, the joint union aviation leaders, we went there, we appealed to him, he said he's working hard on it. That was in November, just 2 months ago, sir.
There was he cannot say that he doesn't have 36 billion. And this,
I agree with you,
some
sir.
of them, the families of some of these people are yearning for what to eat.
I agree with you, sir.
What to eat, because families are not there, they are no more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please,
yes, sir.
let's be sympathetic to ourselves.
Yes, sir.
We don't know which category you
Maybe the Committee on Finance will even help us, citing the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, my chairman, distinguished colleagues, honorable minister and your team. Going by what we have, the 2023 to 2024 budget performance, you have a total of 424 projects, if I'm correct, but I've taken my time to count it line by line. You have a total of 124 projects. As a senior advocate of Nigeria, learned man, a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, upon assumption of office till date, have you been able to complete some of these projects? If not, how many have been completed? How many are ongoing? And how many are being carried over to 2025 budget? Now, going to the number 3 in the list, the construction of control tower and technical building at Enugu Airport, which happens to be my own airport. This project was appropriated for in 2013, and the total sum of 1.9 billion was earmarked for this project. 75 million has been released as of today. Can you tell Nigerians the state of that project? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Upon assumption of office, I actually ensured that we raise a team by the past permanent secretary. It's actually called the project monitoring team of the ministry, made up of very senior directors. Last year they went round. There's an actual report on their project. Yes, that's part of what we will bring together on
2025 budget.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what.
Within 1 week.
Within 1 week.
It's okay.
We have the report. We have been given 1 week to produce it.
Okay.
Yes. But we have a committee on that in the ministry that went round. To also give you, maybe it's over information, but let me also give you information on the Enugu Airport. The state government, the state governor, the Argentine state government, has actually been speaking with us in the last 1 year. And I think they also approached Mr. President directly for the takeover of the airport, the Enugu state government, to manage it, complete it on a PPP basis between state and the federal government. And he's been very serious about it, the governor. We saw his plan. Like he also went directly to Mr. President on it, just like 2 or 3 other governors. The Niger state governor did it. But it's something I need to brief this committee about later, the full committee, on the takeover of some of this airport by state governments. Oyo has done the same too. We have released the Ibadan airport to the Oyo state government too. Enugu is one of them. So we're careful in the 2025 budget not to replicate, because we are almost there in terms of concession of the airport. And he wants to run it as a full cargo airport for the state government, including an airline. An airline is also coming along too. But it's something we would like to brief the committee separate on that, bring the documents on some of these, so you'll be well abreast on what is happening in terms of the PPPs we have with the state government. Enugu is one of them.
How competent is the state government to manage a federal airport? Because I know some states are building airports and handing over to federal government. How come federal government is relinquishing the airport back to state government? And how competent?
No, it's when they approach us. It's just for the running, not the building. Most of them who hand them over to us, maybe when they build it 80% complete, they cannot complete it, they hand them to us to run. But in most of these cases, these are
fully developed airports. They have runways, they have terminal buildings and all that. It's just for the management of the airports that they come to us for. But like I said, there's always a business case when they come. These are, the devil is in the details. But it's a very good question you're asking, the capacity and the competence to run the airports. Normally they hire consultants to do that for them. It's not like it is a commissioner for transport that will now be running it. No, they normally hire competent consultants, the state government.
Then that the Minister of Aviation is being overwhelmed by the number of airports we have in Nigeria.
No, we're not overwhelmed.
That's what I'm saying.
No, when we get requests, not that we want, they come with this request to say for the sake of their people and their economy, they want to pay special attention to those airports for the sake of their local economy. So sometimes we look at their requests. And like I said, in the case of 2 or 3 airports, what we got was presidential directive. They didn't even come through us. We just got presidential directive directly to work. And the president approved. And we had to work with them. Yes.
Minister, let me call the agenda sensitive, of course, in 2018, and you now go to your presentation for 2025. And we'll be waiting for that 1 week ultimatum. You can see
even less than
the
that.
anxiety,
yes, less than
and the eagerness of members, the way they are anxious to know
performance.
The performance
yes.
is very important.
Madam, Honorable Minister, my name is Senator Iresi Kingibe and I represent the Federal Capital Territory. Before I ask my question, I want to commend you on a marked improvement on the airports, especially the international airports. I've been speaking to people and I've gotten very good reviews about the state of the airport. But I have a comment and a question. I see here development of Aerospace University, Abuja. The truth of the matter, we always say we don't have money for lots of things. I don't see why we need an aerospace university. Abuja University is there badly funded. It could have an aerospace and aviation department there. There's a university built already in Abaji, not populated, not being used. It's there. Nothing is happening to it. What a private university is trying to build a school of aviation in Buari. So as a nation, we need to start learning how to consolidate our resources and work together in a cohesive manner, not working in silos. And that I really wonder why we need that, and maybe you are able to clarify it for me, because I don't understand why we need an aerospace university.
Thank you.
The co-chair, we have in our midst now the Senate Committee Chairman on Finance, Senator Sani Musa. Now, the issue that was raised before he came in is on this issue of Nigerian Airways staff that have not been paid their allowances. Before he speaks, my take would be that this committee and the Finance Committee, together with the Minister of Aviation and the Minister of National Planning and Budget, should stick to this, and this budget should not pass without those people being provided for. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, the chairman, honorable colleagues, distinguished senators, honorable minister, and esteemed. My name is Honorable Dixon Taki. I represent Makodi Guma Federal Constituency. I'm from Benue State, Chairman, Constituency Outreach. I come into the issue that my distinguished colleague, Senator Reki, has just raised about the aviation colleges that I think 6 that have been proposed. We know very well that Zaria has been underutilized, it is not funded properly. What is the reason for establishing 6 aviation schools? I think that if we are a very serious country, maybe 1 extra one will be okay. Or you fund Zaria very well. Zaria,
Zaria will take care of everything. As I sit down here, that's my captain sitting next to you. I flew with him as a cabin crew in the 90s, and he's a very good captain. Now, please, Honorable Minister, we can save those funds, you know, make sure that Zaria is properly working, and maybe set up just one extra school, maybe down in the south. That would take care of Nigeria vision problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The most distinguished Senator, Rite Kingibe, asked a very good question. When we came to office, the Aviation and Aerospace University had already been established by the past government. And so we just started it off because by the time we came in, the first intake was just going on, the first intake of the university. But it's just a specialized university for aviation and aerospace courses themselves. Since it's our primary mandate as aviation ministry, I thought that the rationale for the past government to have founded that university, it's about the first of that type in Africa too, is to ensure that they pay special attention to the development of aviation and aerospace courses, and not for us as a ministry to be subsumed in another general university and trying to appeal to them to develop courses in that respect. So I think it's just a matter of perspective as to whether we can be in complete control as an aviation ministry to develop the courses we think will develop the aviation ecosystem in Nigeria. But as a corollary to that, the other question is about the NCAT campuses. The same. Let me say first of all that Zaria has been a star for all of us. We've been very, very proud of Zaria. Zaria has been there since 1964, serving the entire country. And most of our pilots and the captains you see today pass through Zaria. So it's actually a pride for us. And it has received a lot of commendations from ICAO, a lot of certificates from all over the world. Right now we are having problems of space in Zaria. To give you an update, sir, I'm sure you graciously approved it last year or the year before for us to buy an additional hotel in Zaria because we could not accommodate the students again in the main campus because of the burgeoning population of the school. So we had to now buy the Zaria Hotel. The Zaria Hotel is now an annex, even if it's in Zaria, of that training college. And we expect the populations to even grow beyond that. So the question we ask ourselves is that, are we going to continue to buy houses in Zaria, within Zaria, to accommodate more population who are willing to come to the school? And if we are doing that, why not give other parts of this country the opportunity to also have access to those campuses too? Why continue to expand and buy private houses and hotels within one town in the country of 240 million people who want access to that? The same thing happened in the law school, sir. The law school was about the same time that Zaria was established in Kaduna, that the law school was established in Lagos. It was about 1960, 64, thereabout, that same period. But the law school has still grown beyond Lagos. The law school has campuses all over the country now for people to have easy access to law school. So it is one country, sir. The other people who they have campuses now, they have been named. Boeing has one. I think Yola has one, and on like that. They are extremely grateful to the federal government. They are happy that they now have easy access to training too, training facilities too. So we cannot continue to expand only within Zaria. Other parts of this country should also have access to training facilities too. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Finance. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My distinguished colleagues, Honorable Minister, I'm Mohammed Sani Musa, Niger East Senatorial District. Mr. Chairman, my
My question is on the second runway of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. With the kind of reforms that this country is bringing in and the injection we're making to the economy, looking at the airports we have, both Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Honourable Minister, I want to tell you that we have not started anything. And when you're talking of aviation today, aviation is always the gateway to any prosperous economy. And with what we are doing, we're just making some kind of makeshifts to our airports. We've been talking about second runway since when we came into the 9th Senate. That issue has been there. Honourable Minister, you know about it. Nothing is done. When you go elsewhere and see their airports, you know that they are standard airports. Even if they are small, you will see that at least they look international. In your own opinion, will you now believe or tell Nigerians that the airports that we have are befitting for an economy that we looked at becoming one of the 20 best economies in the world in the next few years? How can we, do without constructing new airports in this country? In my opinion, you should start thinking of constructing new airports in these 3 cities. And this can be turned to domestic airports. Our Abuja airport is not better than looking like a market in a rural area in countries like China. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You know why my chairman of finance is asking for more airport? He's bringing in more aircraft. I wonder why he's asking for more airport and with the economy we have today. Instead of us expanding the I'm the Honourable Minister saying so that
let me just announce it.
Go on to the major work of the day.
Let me answer it. Let me just distinguished Senator Sani, my bosom brother. Thank you for your comments, and it's actually a conversation I was praying should come up. There are two-pronged issues there. Runway and the state of our airports. Well, when I appeared before this committee last year about the same time, I made a passionate appeal for provision for the construction of the second runway, sir. So you are not far from the truth, sir, that it is not right that a nation's capital should have only one runway. You are absolutely correct, sir. Lagos, we have 2 runways in Lagos, and even those runways, they need total rehabilitation. The MD Fund has been tremendous, has been very, very hardworking in trying to even maintain those 2 we have. One is right and one is, left. But they need total resurfacing because these runways have been there for a long time. So it's by the grace of God we are still using them. But they are still good, they are serviceable, but we need to improve them. But for Abuja, sir, this is one of the larger issues in Nigeria of not executing such projects on time. If you remember, sir, during Obasanjo's time, it was a very thorny issue with the National Assembly at that time. I think that time, if I remember correctly, 45 billion was allocated during Obasanjo's time under one particular budget, and there was a lot of back and forth rancor that it was, too much and all that and all that. And that project was stalled under Obasanjo. So on and on, 7th, 8th, 9th Assembly, nothing happened. Graciously, I think the 9th Assembly, there was a small provision and there was an actual release. The total sum, just to make it open, at that time was 90 billion.
Yes, 90 in the 9th Assembly, 90 billion, and I think there was 70 billion actually, and 20 billion for contingency or whatever. 30 billion was actually released by the previous government. We didn't release that money for them to go to site. When we came, they could not go to site because of problems of villagers and all that. And we settled that problem. I was the one, together with the Minister of FCT, that worked very hard the first 2 months. We settled, we removed them from site, and they moved to site, sir. Lo and behold, as I speak with you now, the contractors have left the site. They have done excavation work and some preliminary work. They said the 30 billion is gone. And the variation I have received, sir, unfortunately.
Did they pay compensation with the 30 billion or what?
Part of it. There was money inherent in the 30 billion to pay the Abuja settlers. So, but it was the contractors and part of the money that they paid. We made them pay from part of their contract sum because there was community engagement or so, I think, in the contract by the previous government. So it was their duty to pay it, and they paid. They made the money available to FCT, so they didn't pay directly. They made the money available to FCT, who is in charge, and FCT disbursed to each and every family on the land for them to live. But just to complete the story, sir. Now, okay, sir. Okay, I want to bring the committee up to speed because it's important you are up to speed on what's going on. They left the site, they've abandoned the site now, we're not going on, and the variation that the contractors are bringing is a variation I totally disagree with. As a responsible minister, I said, I will not go ahead with this type of variation. I will not go ahead with this kind of variation. The president himself does not like it. He sees this as an avenue for fraud. Mr. President does not like variations. He says so all the time on council. And I'm saying the variation from 90 billion, they are proposing 532 billion. I will not accept it. The option I have is to cancel the contract. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't want to say, but the option I have now is that we have to invite fresh bids because they cannot hold us to ransom. No contractor like that. It's a responsible contract. This is the committee oversighting us. They will chop my neck off if I come back and tell the committee that I approve how much. No, I will not. 500 from 90 billion to 532 billion within a space of 2 years to do the second runway. I will not accept it. So that is the state of the situation. We have 2 proposals on the table which I will take to Mr. President, and I'll consult my chairman on it for us to have even special funding, the PPPs. There are 2 other Chinese companies who say they can fund it with their own money and for us to pay them back. Because we need the Southern Recon to be up and running, and I want it to be completed during the lifetime of this administration. It will be a credit to this committee that we completed it. So we are considering various options. Unfortunately, I have to say it here, even before having a meeting with the contractors, but the option, sir, is that this country cannot go on with such unreasonable variations. For except, how much do they build fresh airports for you to now do a variation of how much? 532. It would be unreasonable for us to accept that, sir. So that's the situation of it, sir. Yes.
My colleagues, let me appeal to Ross now. We have spent 2 hours on analyzing the budget performance. We have a major job about budget of 2026 and 2025. So let's leave every other thing to the committee when we are going on oversight to raise some of the issues. Luckily, we have given the minister and his team 1 week for the submission of all the questions my colleague have asked. If we continue to ask questions, we'll be repeating ourselves. And if you look at it, the questions are even similar. The only question that is a bit different from everything we're asking is Nigeria Airways. Every other question is similar, and we've already given them the ongoing project, the amount the contract was awarded, and the amount we need to finish it, and when are we likely to community. Simple on all the projects. So we are giving them that 1 week for them to give us this. And so I would say this appealing to our people. Honorable Minister, go to budget 2025 for us.
Not more than that. Also, one more detail. The chairman has been for us.
Sir. Okay, sir.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, the future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it, so that you can understand.
When you look at the 2025 budget proposal capital from 2026 to 2010, 90% of the projects in the zone 2025 are ongoing projects. For us to really appraise this project, we need those documents were required from the ministry.
Yes, sir.
If we don't have the breakdowns and the status of those 24 projects of the project going on that we come from them, there's no way we can really appreciate.
Yes, sir.
What they are asking for in 2025.
Yes, sir.
So I will approach my colleagues and the secretary that we should suspend the consideration of 2025 budget until we receive the submission of that status project they have. 90% of the project they are talking about 2025 are all ongoing projects.
Yeah, the project is even ready. We didn't know we prepared it. We'll make copies. We'll make copies available, sir. Status of ongoing projects. We'll make copies available and details.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think while I align my thoughts with what my colleague stated from the House of Reps, I just want to draw the Honourable Minister's attention to a few things before the presentation. You have, in the 2025 budget, you are constructing 2 airstrips, one in Anka, one in Boko. One is 500 million, one is 50 million. It's a contradiction in figures.
In 2025?
Yes, in 2025. Yeah, 2025 budget. So you are constructing 2 airstrips, one in Anka, Zamfara State, one in Boko, in Benue State. one in Boko is for 500 million. The one in Anka is for 50 million. The difference is too much. We need you need to reconcile that when you're coming back with your documents. Then we also need to know when you're coming back, Honorable Minister, we need to know your total staff strength and your nominal role.
Okay, sir, we'll provide it. In the main ministry and the agencies?
The main ministry and agencies.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that.
Then, in the same, like the chairman House Committee stated, you have so many ongoing projects. You understand? So is it not more expedient to concentrate efforts and funds in completing those projects rather than embarking on some of these seemingly politically inspired projects? You know what I'm talking about?
Sir,
you don't want to reply now.
I know, sir. I just wanted to give one STP your village, sir. We don't like it.
When next we embark on that trip?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then we can talk about that.
Yes, sir.
Then the issue of the cooling system.
Yes, sir.
I also see that you have 1 billion naira for this year's budget. You know that one of the things that is discouraging people from staying long in our airport is the cooling system.
Yes, sir.
Please, can 1 billion do the magic? Because I don't want you to come back during budget defense for 2025 and tell us that, oh, the funds were insufficient. I, from my knowledge, know that 1 billion
cannot go anywhere.
Cannot do the magic. So what is worth doing is worth doing well. You have an opportunity now to ask for funds to do something that will stand the test of time and stand as a flagship project or a legacy project for you and the government.
Yes,
do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mashal. Now call on one of the colleagues expire immunity. We have to do for 8 years. No immunity
He's my elder brother.
But now,
my chairman, the co-chairman, distinguished colleagues, members of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Minister and your team. Honorable Minister, I came a little bit late. I must say that yes, our duty is not to comment, but when we see good things coming, we must comment. For me, it's the last 1 year. I think we're very proud of the ministry moving the aviation industry to a step forward. So we must commend you for doing that. Now back to I was also watching anxiously in the 24 budget and the 25 submission. You know there are very old airports. We are talking of building new airports. We are forgetting about the old airports.
Yes, sir.
The Jos Airport is a dreaded airport.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And we're talking about cargo, we're talking about industry, agricultural produce. We're talking about solid minerals. I didn't say anything in 2024. And in 2025 proposal, I have not seen anything. Honorable Minister, don't forget I was the driver also. I was the DJ of the campaign.
Yes.
Let me not go back empty-handed.
Political.
Please, if you are putting something for runways, let me have something for my runways.
Exactly.
I'm not asking for too much. Let's extend our runways so that we can start running our international
yes, sir.
in a different way.
Yes, sir.
Sending your agricultural produce to different countries.
To your hands.
So I wanted to put that on record so that you don't squeeze me. You say I have expired immunity. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Sir.
You know, before Senator Governor Lyon came in, exactly what I said was what he repeated. In the National Assembly, generally, we don't praise because we assume and know that what you are supposed to do is what you are doing. When you are doing it well, you are doing it for yourself. But like he rightly said, and I said earlier on, that we are proud to be a member of this aviation committee because together with you, we are moving the aviation industry to where it ought to be. We are not allowing people to be lazy. 5 days ago, we were coming back to Nigeria, myself and aviation chairman. As soon as you arrived, he went straight to the machine to go and use the machine. And I went to the other side. He asked me, otherwise I said, supposing my passport, somebody goes somewhere and then the thing blank, say they say carry light. He was laughing and said, just leave me, let me go to where I used to. But I was happy because that's the system, that's what we are seeing abroad. So if it's coming here now, Nigeria, with time, with effort, we'll be able to improve on it more. These are some of the innovation that you guys brought. And lastly, there's 2 complaints Nigerians are complaining, and we even have the permission of the Senate to invite you and the airline operators. Yes, sir. I can summarize it and we can do it here or talk to them for when Nigerians pay to travel to, say, from Abuja to Enugu or Port Harcourt, 9 o'clock flight. They will be there until 9 o'clock in the night. One incident happened between me, Senator Abamoro, all of them that day at the airport, we were 5 to 6. We arrived at the airport at 9 o'clock. Our aircraft was leaving from Lagos to Kano. I don't want to mention the name of the airline. By the time we arrived at the airport, the national network test, we were already at the airport that the aircraft, we will now be going at 11. So it's 9 o'clock to 11, it's okay. Before 11 arrived, another test came that the aircraft will be found. By the time we realized, we didn't send money at the counter again. So my colleague now started abusing the chairman aviation. To cut the long story short, we left the airport that day 1 o'clock midnight. I said it on the floor. It was a pastel 4. Now imagine the agony of Nigeria. That's why I'm asking. 2 weeks ago, students were going back to school. At the airport in Abuja, the flight was supposed to carry them from 8 o'clock. Those small children who are our own children did not leave the airport until there was nobody to even give them even ordinary biscuit and cola. That's not fair. And lastly, when you buy your ticket and you say you are changing maybe to the following day, you pay. When they cancel, then you want to rebook your ticket, you pay. It's not done anywhere. That's called cheating and stealing. These are some of the policies SCA you have to cross-check. The last time I spoke to you about it, you said, and I agree with you, that most Nigerians are the ones that don't follow the rule. They don't know their right. I agree with you. But let them know their right by you making effort to tell Nigerians that when an airline cancels its flight, if not weather, and it's taking more than 24 hours, they should feed you at the airport. Little thing for people, so that people won't start collapsing at the airport. They should give us the president their respect, their honor. This is our country. It's not about making money for them below. We need to change the side. We need to change the dynamic. We need to take Nigeria where we ought to be. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and we appreciate your prompt and try and keep it up. Yes, and let's take aviation industry to where we plan for it to be. And in the next 1 week, we'll be waiting for this Canada. We'll be able to compare those on the budget, the 2025 budget. Then we'll now submit to the appropriation committee. Yes, thank you very much. And
thank you, sir.
Chairman, they helped us. Ask them what
I therefore move that this committee should be adjourned. Senator.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished senators and honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Shino Yede, representing the Senate Kesuwaju Fajura and the White House Federal Constituency. I hereby second the motion that brings the sitting is adjourned Senator. The meeting is now adjourned Senator.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. We begin with business news. The World Bank has imposed a 30-month debarment on two Nigerian companies, River Atlantic Limited and Technology House Limited, alongside their managing director and chief executive officer, Norman Diadam, over alleged corrupt practices. The 30-month debarment bars Via Atlantic Limited, Technology House Limited and Diadem from participating in World Bank Group finance projects and operations. A statement by the Washington-based bank said the sanction follows findings on fraudulent, collusive and corrupt practices connected to the National Social Safety Net project in Nigeria. We'll take a break now and be back with company news. Welcome back. The African Development Bank Group and Prosper Africa, a United States presidential initiative, have partnered by signing a $700,000 donor contribution agreement to strengthen data accountability in African markets. This was revealed in a statement by Beth Dunford, AFDP Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development, revealing that the United States Treasury Department was also part of the agreement. According to her, the platform Prosper Africa aims to develop a credit-rating online data platform for African market. It will serve as a vital online data and analytic tool to address long-standing challenges in data accessibility, which have historically skewed risk perception of African economies. And since the commencement of the bank's share buyback program on December 23, 2024, Airtel Africa has purchased over 12 million naira ordinary shares in aggregate at a volume-weighted average price of 116 GBP per ordinary share. The company entered into an agreement with Barclays Capital Securities Limited to conduct the first tranche of the buyback and carry out an on-market purchases of its ordinary shares within the company, subsequently purchasing its ordinary shares from the unit. Under this agreement, Barclays will act as risk principal and will make decisions independently of Airtel. We'll take a break now, but when Money Matters return, we'll be discussing the NCC increase in telecom tariff by 50%. I'll bring you details after this break. Welcome back. Telephone subscribers in Nigeria will pay more. Nigerian Communications Commission has approved a 50% tariff increase for telecom operators in the country. In a statement, a spokesperson for the regulator, Ruben Moka, said the price adjustment, though lower than the over 100% requested by some network operators, was arrived at taking into account ongoing industry reforms that will positively influence sustainability. The regulator said the increase was pursuant to its power under Section 108 of the Nigerian Communications Act 2003 to regulate and approve tariff rates and charges by telecommunication operators. For over a decade now, telecom tariffs have remained static despite surging operational costs. The NCC explained that this adjustment is necessary to close the widening gap between rising operational expenses and the rate charged for services. The move is expected to enable operators to invest in infrastructure and innovation, improving network quality, customer service, and coverage for consumers. Now, this decision has sparked debate around its impact on consumers, businesses, and the overall economy. Let's listen to what Nigerians have to say about this recent increase.
I'm a victim of the situation on ground, and I'm really affected by the consequences of what is really happening in the country currently, which I am being reducted of the amount of data I use, because as a year back, I spent about 10,000 naira on data, including my laptop, including my mobile phones. But at the moment right now, I spend about 1,000%. Like it's even higher than what I'm even expecting, because even making calls is so expensive, and data usage right now on my mobile phone gets exhausted easily. Like it's so very uncomfortable.
From beginning, they are not fair with us, because they bring many things. When you get to your phone, you say you want to subscribe for a data. They will give you many options. They say this one is for per week, this one is a day, this one is this. And at times you do the one of per week. By day you see everything adjusted. So I see it as a cheating. So at times when you want to subscribe for data, you now be thinking, is this one's going to be enough for you? So at times where we normally spend maybe 2,000, we see now maybe 10,000, 15,000, because many of us cannot do without having data in our phone. Because some people want to speak with us, they don't want to call. They prefer chatting or they call on WhatsApp. So we can't do with it. That's why they are taking advantage of us, because they know we can't do with it, many of us.
With the way things are in the world now, with everybody, you can't do things without data. And there's no way you can manage your data as a business person, because you don't know when a business call will come in, or anything that has to do with internet will come in. So there's no way you can manage it. It's just for you to adjust yourself on other area so that you can accommodate that change.
This further financial expert Femi Oladele now joins me on the program. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, let's start with the basics. The NCC has approved the 50% tariff increase, citing rising operational costs and the need for industry sustainability. What's your take on this decision?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me again. I wanted to make a joke that does that mean that our inflation figures are 50% because we are raising rates by 50%, but I know that that's a discussion for another day. And I also understand that it's a long way coming. that telecom operators have been clamoring for rate hikes. But I would say that generally, the NCC has the power, and they have exercised, rightly so, their powers to increase the rates. Considering what is happening right now, we all are witnesses to the rising prices across the country, even across the world in many jurisdictions. So a rate hike, I would say, if you ask me generally my opinion about rate hikes with respect to telecommunications, I would have clamored for more government intervention. But without that, and in the absence of that, I don't think anything is wrong with the current 50% hike. And this is on the back of the fact that many of them even asked for a 100% hike in rates.
Mr. Oladele, you said nothing is wrong with the tariff hike, but trust me, so many Nigerians do not agree with what you just said now. Bearing in mind that this decision comes at a time when many Nigerians are already facing financial pressures. Now, how do you think this particular tariff hike will affect the average consumer and household budget?
Significantly, I must, very, very significantly. And I'm not trying to downplay the realities of the common man. I'm also a common man myself, and I'm already rejigging my budget to fit the rate hike. But what I am saying is that in the absence of government intervention to keep the rates low, if we want innovation, if we want better services, then we have to also look at the bright side of what this is offering. Because at the end of the day, it looks like we're going to be draining these organizations, and I'm not holding the fort for any of them, and I'm not a politician, so I am not holding brief for the government. But what I would have loved is for government intervention in that space. If we look at it, some of the drivers of this price is electricity, which we don't have in abundance yet. Other infrastructure, social services that would make the provision of telecommunication services cheap, we don't have them. So that's why I mentioned that in the absence of government intervention, the rate hike is necessary. And I'm not saying that there is exactly nothing wrong with it, but based on the realities that we have, if we want those telecommunications service providers to continue to be in business, then we also have to bear with the rate hike. So I think it's good that I contextualize that and not just say a blanket that there is absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Well, now let's look beyond individual consumers. So many businesses, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, rely heavily on affordable telecom services in Nigeria. Now, what challenges do you foresee for these businesses?
Definitely, it would go into pricing. I use R because I'm an ecosystem participant as well, and there is no way that won't go into the pricing of goods and services. So imagine someone who is heavily booked online. Maybe you do your booking online, all of your communications and all of that are heavily reliant on data and SMS and calls. Then it means that you cannot provide the same service that you used to provide at the lower rate. And so it means that we expect prices to increase. And when those prices increase, it also impacts our purchasing power. So it's a trickle-down effect to everyone. For businesses, it's more significant for especially small businesses who are trying to innovate and take advantage of technology offerings around the world to sell their business, because it means that they are now going to be paying more for services that they were paying less for. And if you now combine that with the biting effects of higher rates for electricity as well, then you begin to see that the rates are not exactly favorable for businesses. But like I always say, when the going is this tough, businesses have to then begin to see how they can innovate around the core and continue to survive, because this is a given already. It's approved. So there is no number or amount of uproar that we can give, except we don't want those businesses to also continue. And they are also businesses and they have to continue. So we have a condition, or a situation rather, where we are faced with hikes that are significant for the existence of those businesses, and we as business owners and managers also then begin to look at ways that we can maximize our innovation to ensure that we keep our rates moderate, especially when we transfer it to the price of goods and services that we offer. It's going to be significant, and there will be a few weeks of disequilibrium, but I believe that after that, things might normalize.
The NCC emphasized that the adjustment is aimed at closing the gap between rising operational cost and the current tariff that we have. Now, do you think this increase is sufficient to address the challenges being faced by telecom operators while maintaining service quality, considering the fact that they were asking for a 100% increase before it was reduced to 50% by the NCC?
Okay, so I wouldn't necessarily agree with the fact that they asked for a 100% increase and they got a 50% increase. We understand in negotiations that you extend your long arm and get a short arm. So I wouldn't say that all of the factors have been factored into that 100% increase while they got a 50% increase. And like I said, for small businesses, for big businesses like the telecoms operators too, this is an opportunity for them to also innovate around the core and see how, with the 50% increase, provide better services, provide more stable innovations that can help people to drive their businesses as well. So it's not just about saying, oh, yes, they have increased the rates and let us now relax and enjoy the fruit of our labor. No, it's an opportunity for businesses and telecoms businesses, I mean, in this instance, to also see how they can increase value addition to their customers, especially small business owners. So there are areas for innovation around from both ends of the spectrum, for individuals, for small businesses, even for the telecoms operators themselves, so that we can see how in that ecosystem we can continue to provide significantly high value adding services.
Do you think this adjustment could encourage further investment in the telecom sector, both locally and internationally?
Yes, I totally agree with that, because if you look at MTN, for example, I'm just using that as an example, their shares plummeted to about 190 last year, but yesterday, when I checked yesterday, it was well over 200. So it means that investors are showing interest in the stock. Also, I believe that when people understand that their returns are guaranteed to a large extent, they are more willing to commit their funds. So I see more inflows, and with more inflows means that the economy is also going to get more liquid, and we also understand that it can impact the GDP, not so significantly given all the other challenges that we have around the country, but we know that any contribution is a contribution. I use this analogy a lot. If you have a bucket that is dry, and my children will correct me and say it's bucket, but I'm Nigerian, I retain my Nigerian accent. If you have a dry bucket and you have just 2 drops of water in that bucket, you can no longer call it a dry bucket, even when it's just a little drop. So I believe that it's a significant contribution to the Nigerian economy generally. And with inflows, yes, I believe that there will be more inflows and there will be more innovation. I expect that telecom operators will begin to invest more in research and development to see how, with minimal increase, they can increase value offerings to people and businesses alike.
All right, so the NCC has mandated operators implement the tariff increase transparently and improve service delivery. Now, what step do you think can be taken to ensure that consumers see real benefit from this adjustment, which is meant to begin in February 2025? That's in about a month.
Yeah, so I would say generally that's a tough question, because I don't know what is in store of the telecom operators, but I believe that they have strategies and that they are working out modalities that would reduce the impact. Because what it means also is that for me, I am starting to look at how I would reduce probably the amount of data that I get monthly, or readjust my budget to fit my need. And so I believe that other individuals and businesses are already looking at ways to also do that. But for individuals, I believe that the service operators, the providers would also be looking at ways to cushion the effect of the rate hike such that people don't abandon the service because it has become part of our lives. There are many people who would rather make calls than travel. And so if this would definitely impact them individually, it might impact the amount of time they spend on social media, for example. It might impact many other things, but also there might be a substitution effect. So I can't say correctly at this time, but I believe that the strategy departments or units of all of these operators will be working out things to help customers get more value even at this higher rates.
So one thing Nigerians have complained over time is about poor network quality. And with this new tariff increase, trust me, many Nigerians would hold the operators accountable. Now, how do you think Nigerians can hold operators accountable to ensure that there is improvement in network quality, customer service, as well as coverage?
And I'm speaking generally now. There is a certain quietness that Nigerians have imbibed over time when things go bad. So over time, maybe we would complain for about a week and then it's gone. I was telling some of my colleagues some days ago that I held an operator to refund my 200 naira just because I understood that if I didn't ask, they would keep charging other people in that way. So there is a silence that we have to break. When the service is not good, we have regulators that we can reach out to. The FCCP is there. They can, I'm sorry, I can't recall the full meaning, but it's the FCCPC rather. They are there to take your complaints. There are other channels that you could use, social media, to reach out to those operators. You see that very well on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, and all of that. So I believe that we should not be silent when things don't go the way they ought to go. And after that silence, I believe that the regulators, especially the NCC, also should be holding these people significantly responsible for poor networks, because now you have at least some part of what you require, then you are also supposed to live up to expectations. So I believe that we should break the silence that we usually use to just say, we'll just rationalize poor network delivery. We should do that. We should stop that silence. And also, I encourage the NCC and the FCCPC to also look for ways to ensure that good services are provided by operators.
Okay, so the FCCPC is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. Now, moving on, the NCC referenced the 2013 cost study and the 2024 tariff simplification guidance in its decisions. Now, do you think these frameworks are still relevant for the current economic realities, or do you think they need to be updated? Now, let's consider the fact that inflation, which is one of the reasons that they mentioned for the increase, has changed since 2013 to this time. That was, I think in 2013 it was about over 8%. Now it's 34.80%. So inflation has increased from that time, and there are so many other things that has changed over time. Now, do you think these frameworks are still relevant in light of the changes we've experienced over time?
Yeah, so I haven't had the time to look at those frameworks, but what I have understood over time is that many times policy documents are hinged on current realities. It's very difficult for you to see a law that was made maybe 10 years ago to still be significantly and overall significant in this new dispensation. So I think that that's one thing we should consider. So I would say that definitely there will be a need for a review to bring it to terms with current realities that we are facing. And within those current realities, we have to also understand that there are things that government should be imputing in those policies. So there will be nothing bad, for example, if all academic sites are made free. So if I want to access any educational site, I can do that for free. That's what the government can do. So when the rate hike comes in, just like the work that the Committee on Tax Reforms are doing, so that we can create environments that make it very easy for people who would necessarily not have sufficient funds to be on over the internet to have access. If educational sites are made free, so as a Nigerian, and on my cell phone, on any device, I connect to any educational service and I'm getting access free of charge. Those things can be put in place also as part of policy to reduce the cost of data and calls and all of that. So I believe the policy should be revised in line with current realities. And I believe that not just the cost, but also government's contribution in that space. So we should not just be about, oh, we are reviewing it, inflation has increased, and so we want to increase the rates too. But yes, our contribution was limited to this. How do we want to contribute now, and all of the other things that the government can do to make life easy for people and businesses?
Now, with this new tariff increase, Nigerians will now begin to pay about 6 naira for SMS, which used to be 4 naira before, and on the average, calls would now be about 16 naira. Now, do you think this tariff adjustment is a one-time measure, or do you think Nigerians should brace themselves for more increases in the near future?
So, you know that it's not just about me sending an SMS that is now 6 naira plus. Yes. It means that when you make a bank transaction and you get an alert, you're also going to be paying that high rate, or higher rates rather. And so, at this time, I would say that we should put our minds into the inflation and watch how inflation is going. I love what the CBN is doing. They have mentioned that they're using orthodox methods and they're watching inflation figures. We hope that their desire can be established by the policies and plans that they are putting in place. But I fear that Nigerians should expect more increases. But like I said, if the government would be approving more increases, there should be substitution effects, other things that the government can do to make it better and easier for people to have access to. Because we cannot kill access to information. And one of the highways for information in Nigeria is through the internet. And so I believe that if the government wants to go the route of increasing rates, then we should also be considering what are their contributions and how they are increasing those contributions in that space.
Now, before we wrap things up, Mr. Oladele, now with the telecom sector being critical to Nigeria's digital transformations, what strategies do you think operators should adopt to sustain growth while keeping services affordable at the same time? It might be difficult, but then the end goal is for growth to happen in the country.
Thank you. This report requires significant innovation. I believe that technology experts would be already brainstorming and thinking of how to ensure that people have access to services. Okay, so I'll take an example. Some weeks ago, there were calls of some kind of word-of-mouth adverts by people saying that a certain filling station was providing fuel that extended the lifespan of their driving. And so I believe that there would also be ways where telecom providers would be looking at how to infuse innovation into their service offerings that allow Nigerians to not feel the significant impact of this hype and make access very, very affordable. Because the truth is that, like I said, many Nigerians will be impacted, especially small businesses that rely heavily on the internet for their services. But since we also want to sustain the telecom providers, then we also have to look for a way. And that way is innovation. I don't know how it's going to be, and so I cannot give a definite suggestion, but I believe that if technology experts put on their thinking caps, there will be services and products that will come out that would encourage people to be in that space and enjoy good services.
Well, let's hope that stakeholders are able to find a balance between the tariff increase and making life comfortable for Nigerians. Financial expert Femi Oladele, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome, sir. Well, that's it on this episode of Money Matters. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpayemi Owosheni. See you next time.
even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Inspecting his ruined ginger farm. Elisha Handan is one of the big ginger farmers in the Sarbon Serki area of Jaba local government area of Kaduna State in northwest Nigeria. Virtually all the ginger in his 4-hectare land here have been hit by a strange disease which is causing the leaves of the ginger plant to turn brown, dry up and then die.
I planted ginger here this year, early April. The ginger was doing well, germinated well, doing well. When I applied the first fertilizer or the first application of fertilizer, the ginger grew very effectively and very well. Suddenly, I started to spot out some symptoms of disease. I thought that it's a normal, maybe shortage of rain. I never knew there's a menace. Before I know, the whole farm was affected. And not only this farm, but all of my farms, out of about 4, all of them were affected. And you can see the effect of the disease all over. That's where, anywhere you go now, you see all of the farms. They are looking like this.
It's the same story for Joseph Jatu, another ginger farmer in Jama'a local government area of the state. His entire ginger farm has caught the same disease, sparing only the vegetable he planted within the farm.
Both the leaves dry and the rhizome inside the ground also get rotten. So we are suffering a lot of loss, especially in this particular part of the world whereby we produce a lot of ginger that is the mainstay of our economy, is now nowhere to be found. That the sustainable aspect of it is ruined by this infection. You can see we have abandoned this farm. We are not within it anymore. You can see the grass because we are discouraged.
Nigeria ranks among the largest producers of ginger in the world, and southern Kaduna accounts for the bulk of Nigeria's fresh ginger production. Almost every farmer in the region of the country grows ginger on a commercial scale. The current ginger disease will therefore seriously impact the local economy of the area, as this year's harvest is already affected.
We are pleading for an intervention. If there is any preventive method or measure that the government will take, please, they should intervene. We have tried all that within our own. I've tried all that within my own end. I've applied fungicide, all the measures that one would do. I've done it, but to no effect.
And what we are asking for is that both government at all level and as well as even the international community should come to our help, because this is more than disaster. When disaster occurs, you find out that ready material will be sent down there. This is a disaster, economic disaster. And we need help from within the government and within the international community.
This outbreak is already posing a lot of threat on the continuity of the ginger cultivation, because a lot of farms have gone down. So the hope of having seedlings for future cultivation is actually a major concern. So it calls for a state of emergency for intervention from all spheres of government, individuals of goodwill, and international community.
When an incident happened like this, there will be rapid response strategy adopted by all relevant agencies to cope the situation, identify the challenge, and not leave it in the hands of the poor farmer or just an association to tackle it. We have worked hand in gloves with almost all the relevant agencies to address these matters. But most of the efforts we are doing now is mostly on our own.
At the Institute for Agricultural Research in the state, scientists are hard at work trying to understand the disease and come up with a solution. But there's no definitive breakthrough.
Actually, the organisms we are suspecting, like most fungi, when the environment is moist, there is high relative humidity, low temperature, the organisms are favored. And we are suspecting there are multiple fungi, as I showed you here. So, but the specific one was still on. So that is what we are doing. From the interview and from what we saw, we gave them some suggestions on what to do to remedy the rhizomes that are in the soil. And possibly we are planning, or if we get opportunity, of course we have to train them or explain to them what measures we should take against the next season. We are likely having the organism to belong to the family Humaceae, what we call water mold. Those are what, among the fungi, you know, they are in the categories. They are the water lovers. They multiply very fast when you have low temperature and high relative humidity. So, and most of them, they seem to be more sensitive to the metalaxyl group and some other groups. So we suggested those one for them. But as we said, there are some other organisms there. It's like complex issue. So we suggested if they get metalaxyl containing fungicides along with carbendazim or tobaconazole. That one can work. So these are some of the suggestions we gave them. So from the infected plants, the rhizomes also are carrying the inoculum. And because everybody is into production, the source of seed or rhizome for next season is usually from the previous year's harvest. They harvest part of it, sell it and get the money, keep the other one to become seed for the following season. And the organisms, by the time the crop is off or the season is off, during the dry season, they go produce surviving structures. These are the structures they are able to survive under unfavorable conditions. The dry season, they don't have the host. There's no plant growing. So, and those ones are now left in the soil. So if you bring your crop next year to plant, they will now infect it. And as I told you, almost every piece of land in that ginger growing area is subjected to ginger. Even if it's not 100% ginger, that is, they will plant ginger, and as the season goes on, they will go and intercept few stands of maize or a few stands of other crop. But the main crop has been ginger, and year in, year out. So both the soils and the rhizome are already a source of inoculum. So that is most likely what had happened. And so that's why we said we have to tackle it both ways, just both in the soil, both in the seed. And of course, the simpler one for us is the seed. You can manage by handling the seed, because it will be difficult for you either to drench 10 hectares with fungicide. It will be so costly. So it's easier to address or treat the rhizome before you go to the field with it. So that is what, and then as I said, the pathogen is, one of them is an umacid, which is polycyclic. That is what we are saying polycyclic is during the season, apart from the inoculum that started infection at the beginning of the season, as the leaves are growing, the organism is producing more and more and more and more of the inoculum, which we call secondary inoculum. And those ones are spread to other healthy plants around by air. Rain splash, when it rains, blows it up and down. And so you see that the disease multiplies very rapidly during the rainy season. Even if the initial inoculum was small, but because it's a polycyclic disease, it multiplies very fast. Before you reach half the season, a lot of fields have been infected.
Of course, a lot of damage has been done. We visited some of the fields and we discovered that the leaves and the rhizomes, the ginger underground, was so devastated that the damage was so severe. And our target, of course, is to preserve the little harvest, whatever is still remaining, against next season. But like I said, in the interim, we made suggestions to farmers where the incidence was not very severe, and the farmers applied our management measures that we gave them, and they reported, some of them reported to us that they were getting good result from the management of the disease on their crop. Now, our target now is to protect the harvest against next season. But this problem has actually been available, it has been around at a lower magnitude. It is this year that it reached epidemic, most likely because of continuous production on the same area of land. most diseases of agricultural crops are best managed culturally by rotating the crops on the fields. If you grow one crop on a particular field year in, year out, there is a build-up of the disease inoculum that will get to a level that it explodes. In other words, it causes a severe damage on the crop. So the Kaduna State government is making arrangement to sensitize or train the farmers on how to manage their fields. So one of the major ways is to practice crop rotation. And when the fields are waterlogged, when there is poor drainage, it enhances the activities of this disease-causing organism, and therefore the incidence gets so high, and there will be a high level of damage. So at the sensitizing workshop or the training that will be mounted sponsored by the state government, we intend to create this awareness to farmers so that they will know how to manage it. And then other measures in which they can preserve the planting materials so that they remain healthy until the planting season.
If you go to your farm and you discover that all your ginger is healthy, the leaves, nothing's happened to them, will you suspect that something is wrong with it?
As they wait for a definitive pronouncement from the Institute for Agricultural Research, the farmers are now getting some helpful information on the likely cause of the disease.
Our date research confirms that these bacteria wells, they are bacteriums. They are pathogenic bacteriums that actually attack the ginger. It's not something you can see with your eyes. If you don't know the signs, you won't know when to take action. And that's why some of you, when you saw it, some of you call ants, soldier ants and things like that. And you did not take action on time. And when they started giving you interventions, some of you came to us and started complaining.
One of the big corporate farmers in the area has been holding special sessions like this one to further train and enlighten the farmers of best farming practices to prevent the disease.
What we are trying to achieve is how to sensitize other farmers from the large scale to the large scale farmers to medium and small scale farmers on how to manage the situation on ground in order to have a possible way to salvage the remnant of what is left in their farms in order to preserve seed against next farming season.
Well, I have never heard of government intervention yet. I never heard it. So we at our own level, we are working with farmers. So this is our own level, this is our own efforts of trying to intervene, bringing farmers together, sensitizing them on some of the mistakes, of course, that they had made before, and some of the practices that have been practicing before that led to this outbreak. Ignorantly, they don't know honestly. So because when we intervene, when we're discussing with them, some of them never knew at all whether it is a disease or anything. They were just imagining what has come about this. But when we now put them together in this training, we sat them down and we told them, this is how it has all started, that we have come to this point. So now that we have, come together, bring farmers together, and we have discussed with them, I want to believe that federal government is hearing. And so at our own level, yes, we have made our impact, but we believe that when federal government hears of this and hears the level of intervention at which at least RIMA Guarantee Network is doing, they can now come in as a father. And so we want to believe that their intervention will save this situation because they have the muscles to do it. Now, when we went around the farm, we discovered that because some farmers don't have so much land, some of them even grow ginger year in, year out under good recommendation, you don't grow ginger like that. And so if you are growing it year in, year out, you are going to aggravate the development of those diseases. And that is why it has happened to this level. And because you understand, many people now are conscious of investing in agriculture. And so the level of ginger cultivation in southern Kaduna this year is far more than every other year you will think of. So everybody has gone in, but they are using old seeds. Old seeds that have been sold for years, carrying diseases, not treated. The seeds are not treated, the soil is not treated. And so when they plant this, it leads to the outbreak of this fungal and bacterial disease that we are seeing.
If you check ginger production in southern Kaduna, we were not using chemical fertilizer from onset to a larger extent early 90s. We were not using chemical fertilizer. It's either we use cattle dung, or we use goat manure, or we use waste, or we use poultry compost and things like that. And the beneficial insects were not being disturbed. When these beneficial insects are not disturbed, then they have the power to deal with these fungi that destroy crops and so forth. But now that since early 90s to this time, even this years, where much of chemical fertilizer is poured into the farm, if you see the application, it's no matter of that they follow recommendation. No, they don't follow recommendation. All they want is that the more fertilizer they put, they feel that will bring them the more ginger. And so therefore, this chemical fertilizer begin to destroy this beneficial insect and rendering the fungicide and bacteria that are meant to attack our crop to have more strength, multiply, become powerful soldiers that said, well, now we are ready. We are now a brigade of soldiers. We can now deal with this ginger and things like that, nothing to stop us.
So what we would have to do, the reality, is to, of course, re-sensitize the farmers on the inputs they use. Now that this has been activated, next year, it will still happen again. The best solution to this, the truth, if wishes were horses, is to abandon that land for 2-3 years. That is the best. 2-3 years, don't do anything on that land. That would be the best. Then come back in the 4th year and do it.
The farmers are hoping that what they learned from this seminar, in addition to advice from the Institute for Agricultural Research, will help them overcome their current challenge.
By the grace of God, we are almost losing hope. But with this workshop, we really appreciate God. That is why I'm very highly expected, and I give God all the glory for attending this very wonderful workshop. We are always losing hope, thinking that all hope lost, we can't even move forward. But with this workshop today, we are picking up.
In fact, I really appreciate it, and I equally gain much about this lecture, because I learned where we, the farmers, have come short in the planting of the ginger. First of all, we have to clean the ginger before farming it. Then we should look for compound manure. We should not put ourselves much in these chemicals. So I really get more from the lecture today.
Ginger to southern Kaduna means a lot because it's the major cash crop of the southern Kaduna people. There are other crops southern Kaduna people cultivate, but predominantly they cultivate those crops for food, for their own personal consumption. But when it comes to ginger is actually the major cash crop, meaning that it is the economic booster and the sustainer of the people of southern Kaduna. As agric is actually the only industry that provides a space for everyone, both the learned and the unlearned. So ginger is actually a major cash crop that actually help a lot of families and individuals in southern Kaduna to be sustained economically.
If the whole of ginger is destroyed, it's going to affect the GDP of the country. It will go to affect the income of farmers. It will increase poverty. So it's a matter of really urgent interest that needs to be addressed, because I can tell you that more than 90% of ginger grown in southern Kaduna has been infested.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Akonde, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Wife of a former Deputy Senate President of Nigeria, Ike Ekweremadu, Beatrice Ekweremadu, has been released from the UK prison. A former aide to Ekweremadu confirmed the development to journalists on Wednesday. Ekweremadu, his wife, and a doctor were convicted of organ trafficking by a UK court in March 2023. After a 6-week trial at the Old Bailey, they were found guilty of facilitating the travel of a young man to Britain with a view to his exploitation. Now, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Kano State Command, has arrested 2 suspects, Musa Usman and Buhari Yao Bashir, during a targeted operation at Rahaman Round in Bebiji local government area. The raid, which took place on January 20, 2025, uncovered illicit drugs and weapons, leading to a violent altercation with the suspects. State Commander Abubakar Idris Ahmad confirmed the arrest and condemned the violent actions of the suspects. And the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has shut down a warehouse in Kaduna for stocking expired food and cosmetic products worth over 75 million naira. NAFDAC explained that the feat was achieved following information gathered from a concerned citizen. The agency shared this development on its official X handle, revealing that the warehouse is located at PP2A via Jida Street by Kano Road, New Ogbomosho Road. And the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has reviewed plans by the federal government to establish an aircraft manufacturing firm in Nigeria. The facility, in collaboration between ZJet and indigenous banks, aimed to transform Nigeria into a regional hub for aviation services. Keyamo announced this during the launch of ZJet's Maintenance, Repair and Overhaul MRO facility and Flight Support Center in Abuja. Now, UK public borrowing jumped more than expected in December. Official data showed on Wednesday, adding pressure to the Labour government and Prime Minister Keir Starmer as they battle economic headwinds. Public sector borrowing stood at 17.8 billion euros last month, a 10 billion euro increase from December 2023, the Office for National Statistics said. The figures add to pressures on Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, to reassure the markets that our budget policies of tax rises and higher borrowings to invest will meet the government's aim of boosting economic growth. And on the global scene, South Korean authorities said on Wednesday they would change the concrete barriers used for navigation at some airports across the country after the Jeju air crash that left 179 people dead. The Boeing 737-800 was flying from Thailand to Muan in the southwest on December 29, carrying 181 passengers and crew when it barely landed at Muan Airport and exploded in a fireball after slamming into a concrete barrier. It was the worst ever aviation disaster on South Korean soil. And finally, on sports, Nigeria National League NNL side Zamfara United has declared Idris Ajiya missing. Zamfara United, in a statement signed by the club secretary Hashimu Yusuf, said Ajiya left the team's camp without the club's permission. The club warned other clubs that any attempt to register the aforementioned player without proper clearance from them may result in penalties, including the loss of points for double registration. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at 6 p.m.
Hello and welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, movies, fashion, food, comedy, anything you can think of entertainment. I got you. So before we go into what we have today, we know we normally do the latest in the world of entertainment. So let's start with Iyabo Ojo. Iyabo Ojo is the first on our list now. So now she expresses regrets for advocating for Mohbad's death. Iyabo Ojo now has been receiving trolls and insults and drags from bloggers, from fans, from everybody because of the issue she's having. So she spoke in a podcast and she was like she regrets ever even getting involved in Mohbad's death and everything. She's not like involved in Mohbad's death. She saw like the justice for Mohbad and everything, and she had like the desire to actually just get into it and try to fix things as a popular person, and she's good in the industry and everything. So she just wants to like help in the whole case and all like that. But it became bad that people have been insulting her family and everything. Likes of our very own activist, Very Dark Man. Very Dark Man even said she stole money from the investigation and everything. And it's really, really sad that she just wanted to just help a fellow citizen of Nigeria to get justice, and it turns out to be this way. So she's really, really not happy about it. So next on the list we have, we'll be having reactions from social media and fans and everybody saying our very own gospel artist, Nathan Mbase, is being invited to perform in Trump's inaugural prayer breakfast. It's like an annual thing like they do in US. So like before, like they are emerged like a new president, they have this breakfast, prayer breakfast that they normally do, and it's really amazing like seeing our own gospel artist Nathan Mbase, and not just like other artists like Davido, likes of Wizkid and the rest. We have a gospel artist, so everyone is really, really happy and excited that he is performing for Donald Trump in his inaugural prayer breakfast. So that's a really, really good one for us Nigerians. And last on the list, we have our very own everyone loves Jennifer, Funke. See, Funke is just a queen. She has proven to everybody that she is the queen, and she is the queen. So now Funke now has officially her movie now is the highest grossing Nollywood movie of all times. Now it has literally recorded 1 billion naira so far. It's the highest. Remember last year she had like another movie called the Tribe of Judah. So after that we have this new movie now, that's Everyone Loves Jennifer, and this is just going everywhere. I personally have watched the movie, and trust me, the movie is good. I think everyone should go and see this movie. If you've not gone, please go. Please don't be behind. Definitely. So that's all we have for our latest entertainment news. So now today we went back into the world of Afrobeat adventure. So let's groove together to the rhythm and feel the vibes. We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. Here with me in the studio is a singer and a songwriter. His name is Daniel Talabi, who is a graduate from Elizade University, and he studied banking and finance, and he is into music. He has started music since 2018. Here with me is Wavy OT. Hello. Hi, and welcome to the show. How have you been? How's music been?
Been a good journey so far.
That's good. Exciting. Yeah. So now just tell me about music. What inspired you and how's everything been?
Basically, music is everything for me.
Okay.
Music is everything for me. Growing up, I listened to a lot of music from my mom and my dad's
side
playlist. So, and I'm a Yoruba boy, so something I just really love. Like growing up was music. Music was just all I loved. even while I was in school.
Okay.
Music was just all that was in my
Your
own
head.
head.
Okay.
So if you ask me what is music, I feel music is me. I am music.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what inspired you into music? What gave you the inspiration? Like, why should I go into music? Why?
If you love, if you find something you love, I feel you should spend
You
more
should do
time
it, yeah?
with it. You know, understand? This life, you have to do what you love.
Love doing.
So you have
True.
to, when you found what you love, spend more time with it, create with it,
and
evolve with it. That's why I
Okay.
picked music.
Okay. So now, how's the journey been so far? From when you started to how it's going. Let's talk about your challenges. When did you start music? What year exactly?
Okay. I started music professionally in
Yeah.
2018. That was when I was almost rounding up my schooling.
Okay.
So before then, I have been doing some kind of rap battles,
Freestyle,
freestyles
like
here and
that.
there. So, but then because of school, I don't like to rush things. I like
Yeah.
to, if I'm focusing on this thing, I go all in.
Yeah.
So while I was about finishing from school,
Yeah.
when I was about finishing from school, I now decided that okay, it's time for me to start venturing into what I actually love.
Want to do?
And then I dropped my first song. That was a feature with someone then. Then
what's
ever
the name?
since then, Pray. It's
Oh.
so I think it's only on SoundCloud or do.
Oh, okay.
So after that song, I kept on recording, I kept
And
on
going to
writing,
it and all.
yeah, and I kept on going with the music.
Oh, that's good. So now let's talk about your challenges. Trust me, I know you must have had 1 or 2 challenges starting music. Like when you even got inspired to start music, how did you get to communicate with family? At first, like you said, you had to wait for like school to like finish and everything for you to actually go into it. So like telling parents that, oh, this is what I want to do. Did you have issues with communicating with what you want to do? Like, Daddy, I want to do music, not banking and finance. Daddy, I want to do this, not this and that. So tell me about it. What challenges did you have?
Yeah, you know, coming up from a middle class kind of father that is very okay. He's not the richest, but then he's my own richest.
Okay.
You know that you have to
Yeah.
study. You have to study wherever you are, whatever environment you are in. So at that point in time, all I noticed was my father was looking for someone who was going to be a graduate of his family. He wanted all of us to be graduates.
Yeah.
So for the both of us not to clash, I had to first do that and come out with a certificate. But before then, they already were seeing the signs that, oh, this boy likes music. He's going to do it. But when I now finished the school, I was not like, okay, I've come out now. I'm done. This is time for me to do me.
What you want to do.
Yeah, so
Sure.
that I didn't really have any issues. My mom is supportive. My dad is supportive
And
of
everyone
me.
is.
Everyone, my brothers are all supportive of my music.
Okay, so tell us a bit now about your first song. What inspired it, where you got inspiration from, and why that name?
Wavy
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start with the name.
Okay, let's start with the name now
Yeah.
because Wavy, okay?
Wavy
Let's start with
Oti.
the name.
Now,
And all-
Wavy is Wavy Orolu Atalabi.
Oh,
That's
so like
my
your
middle
full
name.
name.
But then it's still Wavy Orientation.
Okay.
So that the fact that I'm wavy doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay.
I can move this way, move that way.
Yeah.
But wavy still has a konuche. He knows what he's doing. So
Okay.
that's the meaning of Wavy OT.
Oh.
And the first song, let me talk about Wami, because Wami was like the first song
You
I
had?
dropped. No, I dropped that actually brought a good reception back. So Wami was a song that I recorded as a result of life lessons.
You've had.
Yeah, life bullies, life experiences.
yeah, I
like,
know.
you can't do this thing. I'm not sure you can do it. And I'm like, this thing, I'm going to do it. I'm not only going to do it, I'm going to prosper
In it
from
and
it. So Wami
Okay.
came from that inspiration. Wami came from the inspiration of, okay, I want to come out. I want to come out. I want to be outside. I want to show my talent to the world. I want the world to know that I can do this music. And Wami means find me. So they've been looking for me. That's what I was trying to say.
That's a good name and everything though. So now you're getting into music and you said you started officially in 2018. How's it been? Producing, writing, everything, how's it been? So where do you get you write your songs?
Yeah, I write my songs. I create most of my songs by myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like production and how has been?
It's been exciting. Like I said, if you love what you are doing, you won't see the challenges as something very, very bad.
You just see that a stepping stone.
It's just a stepping stone,
to
because
what you wanna
normally,
do.
even in life, there's got to be challenges. But then
Definitely.
you have to be brave enough to know that this thing I want to do, there's going to be challenges. But me, I did.
So now you are Afrobeat. That's your line. So now why that? Is it like maybe you have like someone you look up to, like maybe your GOAT, greatest of all talent, someone like that inspires you to this particular field? Why this?
I don't get. I don't really have any go-to.
Okay, so you don't have any favorites?
I tap my own knowledge from everybody. Like I said, music is not meant to be discriminated. No matter what the sound is, no matter how it's sounding, you must not discriminate music. Music has its own feel. Okay. Every music has its own type of feeling. I can wake up today and listen to Engineer. I can wake up today and listen to Ebenezer Obey. Wake up tomorrow, listen to Sonny Ade. Yeah. I can wake up next tomorrow and listen to 50 Cent. Wake up the other day and listen to Olamide, listen to Davido, listen to Burna Boy. I have a voice like Burna Boy, yes, but then I won't say that's the only person I listen to. I grab my inspiration from any type of music.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Any type of music.
Okay, so now, why Afrobeat? Why is it something you just that's what I want to do, Afrobeat? Okay. Why not another kind of music? Why not gospel music? Okay. Why not this? Maybe you find yourself in this. What inspires? Is there like any inspiration? No inspiration at all.
No, what I'm trying to say, what I want to say is it's not actually Afrobeat. It's called Afrofusion. Okay. So which means I can dive into any type of music. Oh, yeah, you can hear me on the trap track tomorrow. I can be on Konto next tomorrow. I can be on iLife. Okay. If Fede calls me for a feature, I'm there. Okay. Any kind of music, don't worry. I'll pull up. I'll do it.
Yeah, like you said, the vibes and everything. Yeah. If it's okay, you can pull up to anything.
Pull up to any type of music. That's why it's fusion.
Okay. So now, how will you describe your style of Afrobeat? Will you say it's different from others? What will you call yours? Or what will your journey so far, how will you describe your own kind of music to people? Will it be same like our Davido?
No, my music is me. Yeah, sometimes I can come up with popping sounds. Yeah. But my music is me. It's just me telling my own story, my own type of way. And still making it commercially available, commercially impressive for people to listen to. Yeah. I'm speaking my story, but then you can still stand up, move your feet, move your head while you're listening to my story. And you can still resonate with my story. Do you understand? So my music is my journey, it's my story.
Yours. Okay, so it's wavy OT story. All the way. All the way. Okay, now let's talk about your beats now. How do you get your beats? Do you have like somebody, or you create yourself? Do you like come in inspiration? Okay, I think I want my song to go this way. Do you have someone that provides beats for you? And
sometimes I have the way the music has to sound in my head. Yeah. But then sometimes you can get into the studio and the producer will just play you one kind of beat like that, and you enter another realm and start giving them another vibes.
Oh, good.
So the type of music I do sometimes, yes, I can tell the producer, yes, this is how it's going to sound. I want it to sound like this. This is how the beat is going to go. This is how the percussion is going to go. But then sometimes I can just pull up and be like, guy, that beat, leave on. That's what sense, yeah.
So most times, even if you have like a particular pattern, but you may just feel into another kind of vibe and you just move.
Yeah, like I said, it's wavy. You can't hold
now the name is just replaying and replaying.
You can't hold the sound. You can't catch it. You just leave it. Let him be going. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So like you said, no one inspired you. It's because I was about to talk about now like your favorite, who you look up to in the field. Is anyone like you draw like a special inspiration from or anything? So is there anyone you have?
I draw special inspiration from Burna Boy.
Oh, good. You like his style. Why?
Just because of the way he
carries himself.
He harnesses his bold voice, like he owns his bold voice,
good,
like he's not ashamed of the fact
that's our giant of Africa. So
but then when it comes to the lifestyle, we still have to look at Whiskey.
Whiskey
is a kind of
it just comes out. Okay, we have people that actually like Whiskey. I know it's normal. So let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Okay. So guys, let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hey yo, white. When we are nothing, we are spirits. But I swear you know easy. My life, my money no be somebody money. Now who getting money be somebody. Lie, been a long time on the road. You know fit to doubt my quality. Lie, music money has to be my money. Now I'm here also for my money. Money si moti jara mi o. They might take sara mi o. I dey fakalu balakala o mi I kala ni o. Me a dey para ni o. Jehovah look over me, no go bother me o. Brother me, no go bother me o. Anything I touch, they conquer you. Get up, boy, they go worldwide. All eyes on me, yeah. It be like now, let me just see. It be like now, let me just see. Tell me what thing they want it for me. Tell me what thing they want it for me. Just want money, yeah. Jojo mafia, she ain't for me. Jojo mafia, she ain't for me. Jojo mafia, she ain't for me. Yeah, just the para for money. You see this life, me, I know fear.
Welcome back, guys. So that was Jeremy by Wavy OT. I love it. Honestly, I love this. So tell us about this.
Like
what inspired you about this?
Jeremy was a track that I came up with after Wami.
Oh, okay, after?
So it's like a journey.
Oh.
You are looking for me now, you found me. Now that you have seen me, I have sense. My brain is working now. Don't think it's that wavy of before. That's the meaning of it. You are looking for me. Yes, you have seen me. Now that I'm here, don't play with me.
Oh, okay, like no one should joke around.
Yeah, don't joke around. With this music thing we are doing, please, don't joke with me. This is my life.
Now and all.
This is all like that.
Okay, so what inspired you into it?
Into Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy. The name, I like the name. It sounds
like Moti Jeremy ton, like Moti Jar, like I don't know how to explain it. Like I don't wise. I don't know what thing I did do.
Okay.
I don't know what thing I supposed they do be this, and I don't they do them.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. So now the video and everything. I liked the there's a scene where you had like your friends. You're like trying to talk to Sense and everything. So what came? Is that what we wanted? Like what brought about that part?
It was my
producer,
cinematographer.
Okay.
Yeah, Softy. Shout out to him.
Okay.
So he heard the song and he was like, he likes the song. He wants to help me with a short video. And I was like, okay, let's go. Because the short video came up during a music camp. Like we were doing some kind of recordings.
Okay.
So he came around and he was like, he heard the song. He was like, have you dropped it? I said, yes. I just did drop it. And he was like, okay, let me do something for you now. Let's work.
Oh.
And that's how the video came up to be.
Okay,
God
I like the
bless
song.
Softy for that.
Oh, good. I like the beats and everything. So who did the beats?
Yo, White.
Oh,
another
person
from Zanga.
Oh, that's good. So now, in all your projects, let's talk about like which one is your best so far. Which one that really, really inspired you, that got to actually come out the way you wanted it to come out? Which is your best project so far?
Every project is
it's good,
favorite,
but come on, you should have one.
I'll just say my best project so far, I'll call it Wami.
Wami. Okay, I can't wait to play Wami for my viewers. Like, so everybody gets to see why. But like, why is that one the favorite? Is there a story behind it?
Because of the energy. Yes, there was, like I said, there were conspiracies. You know, when you're not sure of what you're meant to do, like when you're
finally.
When you're not sure of what you're meant to do, people will take you for granted. They know you can do this thing, but then because you don't trust yourself enough to know that you can do this thing, you would not get the reception you want. I'm not after the reception, though. I'm not the type of guy to be after what they are saying. I just want to do what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
But then when I'm doing what I'm feeling, and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing. That was the ginger. That's who's all these people. Don't do that though. I know what I'm doing.
Okay. Now let's talk about, like you said, we talked about your challenges, but you said you didn't really have any more challenges because you see it as a stepping stone to this. So now, if we want to talk about what's it called? Your starting from where you started from, let's just say 2018, you've been bringing out songs and everything, and when you get, you know, like we're in a society of, oh, they want to know who you are before you get into some kind of parties or events, like who is coming, like we don't know him, like a popular person. So did you face issues with, like, you're an upcoming artist, what issues do you know you face, like coming up and all?
The only issues an upcoming artist I feel you face is just funding. But then, like I said, it's not, I don't see it as a challenge. Why? Is because whatever I'm going through, every up and coming artist must go through it. And
definitely.
While I was pushing the music from 2018, around 2023, some management came up. Mickey, shout out to Mickey Studio for coming up, and they were the ones who tried to pace, like fasten my journey. Like in the space of a year, I'd already dropped like 10 songs or so.
Wow, that's
good. Shout outs to Mickey Studio also, like I said again. Shout outs to them. So they were the people that came to push. They saw what I was doing, and they were like, okay, let's try to work together, and they pushed it. And I don't expect. This is my journey, like I said. I don't see anything as a challenge personally. I'll just laugh about it, write 16 bars, and I'm good to go.
Okay, good. So now, since you don't see anything as a challenge, how will you describe, or let's just say your achievements? What have you been able to achieve? Like, have you been able to fulfill your dreams? Like you had the dreams growing up and everything. Are you actually saying it? Have you been able to achieve it, or are you actualizing it at all? Just tell me how you feel with your dreams.
I feel blessed. I feel opportune for God to even allow me to be in this place here this time. So, like I said, I will repeat again. I don't see anything as anything. Shout outs to Mickey. They came on board and
it helps.
Blessed to Mickey. I have close to 500,000 streams now.
Good.
You understand? And by the special grace of God, this year we'll still see maybe like 15 million.
Oh, that's good.
You understand?
So is there anyone you really want to work with that we should anticipate? Any of the known artists you feel you actually want to work with?
To be honest, that I'm already doing the music and people are already hearing me. I'm happy about that. I've fulfilled part of my dream. So any artist that comes now, I'll just see it as a blessing.
All. So now you mentioned funding. I know funding actually is like one of the major problems because it's not easy in this particular industry. So like push your songs and get to work on it, creating and everything. So like it's actually not easy because most times when you even get to release a song, you have to still push the song to actually get to audience and everything, your target audience, what I mean. So now how will you say the funding has been, and a smooth one, or just tell me about your funding and all?
Funding has not really been a smooth one, not until I found Go Back Again, Mickey. You understand?
Again?
When I found Mickey, Mickey tried to help me push it, and they made the funding sort of a little bit easy. And I believe that after now, the funding will still get... Whatever challenge I face in my funding, I feel like it's my journey, it's my cross. It has to come. So if sometimes some challenges come for you to scale higher. True. So I don't see it. Like I will repeat again. I don't see any challenge. So long as
I like this mind.
So long as I'm waking
whatever
up,
comes, no problem.
So long as I'm waking up, God is giving me the gift of life to wake up and keep singing. We go. We move.
That's good. So now, where do you think you want to be in the next 5 years or 10 years to come? Where should we? Do you have a picture? Like, definitely you have dreams here, but like, where do you want to see yourself in the next like 4 years to 5 years to come?
I want to see myself actualizing
everything.
The music. I still want to see myself singing the music. Wherever I will get to by then, it's in the hands of the creator. But then I know that so long as my creator keeps waking me up every day till that 5 years, I will be somewhere you also will be proud of me.
Yeah, I'm like, yay. I know. So that's good. So now let's do something very, very simple. I know it's a simple thing to you. So let's just do one or two. Just freestyle for us. Just give us one of your jams, hidden one, anyone. Just freestyle. But look at the camera and just freestyle. Okay. Do you need a beat? Should I clap?
No,
You're good.
Don't worry. Why?
Okay.
Mesmerized. It be later way I realize. Yeah. To be good, not really too good. It dey good, it feel bad sometimes. Now later way I understand. See as a star gas to shine my eyes. Yeah. Cause as they see me as a good cheerful giver, they no mind me, then run me down. Yeah. Kini mo she. Waiting I want say, waiting they play. Me o fek pe lori gba, no go like stay. Make I note on what a pity, what a big shame. It's been a long time coming from far away. Wavy your logo turn far away. I don't stop to the cap me o le shalaye. But I steady prepare them like Tatashe. And so me sing. I love me and that's all I need. If I need anything, me just call on me. When you be no day, na me day for me. Me no see nobody except it from me. Say, I love me and that's all I need. Me no see nobody except it from me. I know fi finesse so. Cause brother man, if I broke, see be my business.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. I like the. I think you got pepper at the point.
Yes,
I was
like attaché.
I like the vibe. The energy is given. 10-10.